time, door number 2 is going to be for you. You can view some of our managed services, look for more done-for-you packages. 34% of Americans in 2018 visited one of our managed services. Forbes 3 years in a row quoted, "Income Store is an expert at generating home or business revenue." If you'd love to explore how to check out adding revenue to your home or business, just go to incomestore.com. That's incomestore.com.
It's news, opinion, insight. It's AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Has the ceasefire brokered been broken? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That is the sound of bombing in Syria. Video of it recorded from a distance.
According to these images and sources that are talking to Fox News on the ground, this ceasefire is collapsing as we speak.
That's Fox's Trey Yingst. He's in Ankara, Turkey.
The agreed-upon 5-day pause in fighting, if it does hold, would turn into a permanent agreement if the United States is able to convince Kurdish forces to retreat from a safe zone that Turkey is trying to create along its border. There are questions about how exactly the U.S. will facilitate the withdrawal of Kurdish forces since President Trump pulled all U.S. troops from northern Syria.
Now, the president last night talked about the ceasefire at a rally in Texas.
And it was unconventional what I did. I said, they're going to have to fight a little while. Sometimes you have to let them fight a little while. Then people find out how tough the fighting is. These guys know right up here.
Though he's facing a lot of criticism from some Republicans and Democrats in Congress who say he created the problem in Syria, pulling U.S. forces back. The president also took shots at Democrats, again calling the impeachment inquiry ridiculous.
They won't come close in 2020. They know it. They know it. They're not going to win it.
The latest to testify at the Capitol, U.S. Ambassador to the European Union, Gordon Sondland, talking about the president's lawyer.
Sondland told House investigators Giuliani's focus on alleged 2016 election interference and the Ukraine energy company where Hunter Biden sat on the board came into focus over time. Quote, "I did not understand until much later that Mr. Giuliani's agenda might have also included an effort to prompt the Ukrainians to investigate Vice President Biden or his son, or to involve Ukrainians directly or indirectly in the president's 2020 re-election campaign."
As Fox's Catherine Herridge, the president insists he did nothing wrong. America's listening to Fox News.
This morning, skies are clear, 39 degrees, 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago Public Schools canceled again as the teacher strike enters day 2. Thousands of educators walked picket lines yesterday and rallied in the city outside of CPS headquarters. Negotiations are expected to continue today. Chicago's top cop is calling for an internal investigation on himself after officers found him asleep at the wheel of his parked vehicle near his home. Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson says he failed to take his new prescription blood pressure medication that led him to pulling over and falling asleep yesterday near 34th and Aberdeen.
Someone called 911 and reported a person asleep at the stop sign. The responding officers did come. They checked on me and confirmed that I was able to continue on my way.
59-year-old Johnson underwent a kidney transplant in August of 2017. Chicago's Police Oversight Board has fired an officer who fatally shot 2 people, a teenager who swung at him with an aluminum bat, and a female bystander. Chicago Police Board fired Officer Robert Rialmo on Thursday after nearly 4 years after the deaths of 19-year-old Quintonio LeGrier and 55-year-old Betty Jones. Chicago's Civilian Office of Police Accountability contend Rialmo overreacted and then had time to prevent the death of Jones. 2 people are wounded after they were shot inside a restaurant in Harvey. Police say that shooting happened near 154th and Center last night. One of the victims remains hospitalized this morning in critical condition. There have been no arrests. 5:03 on AM 560, and this morning a man died following a shooting, according to Chicago police, Thursday afternoon on the north side. It happened just after 4 p.m. when a 53-year-old man was in a vehicle in the 3700 block of North Ashland Avenue when another vehicle reportedly approached the victim and then fired shots. The man was shot once in the neck, transported to Illinois Masonic Hospital in critical condition. He later passed away. Police investigators tell us this morning there are no suspects in custody. The family of a pregnant woman who was fatally struck by a truck in Chicago is now suing the driver and his employer. The wrongful death lawsuit was filed last week in Cook County on behalf of Elizabeth Bouchardy and her mother. Elizabeth Bouchardy died in September, days after being struck at a crosswalk. Doctors delivered her premature daughter, but that daughter later died. The Mendota Education Association says its teachers' strike could extend into next week if school board members don't come back to the table soon. The board has said it is unavailable to meet with the association until this weekend. In other news, on the labor education front, the Decatur Federation of Teaching Assistants is planning for a possible strike. The Addison Teachers Association here continues to prepare for a possible strike. And Triton College's middle manager employees are continuing to take steps to walk off the job at the college in River Grove. Luol Deng is retiring as a Bull. Chicago signed the two-time All-Star from South Sudan yesterday to a one-day contract before he announced his retirement from the NBA. Deng was selected 7th overall by the Bulls in the 2004 NBA draft. Bulls close out the preseason with a 111-93 win over the Hawks at the UC. Kobe White led the Bulls with 29 points. Blackhawks host the Blue Jackets tonight. Illinois hosts number 6 Wisconsin tomorrow for its 109th homecoming game. Northwestern hosts number 4 Ohio State tonight. Our NIU Huskies at Miami of Ohio Saturday with a 1:30 kick time here on AM 560. The news, a service of Credit Karma. Get your truly free credit scores and free credit monitoring from Credit Karma today. Download the Credit Karma app now. Credit Karma, here's to progress. 5:06, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager believes every society needs norms.
The notion that society can have norms is very important, and what the left does is chaos. They hate freedom and they hate order. Any society needs it, because when the guardrails are broken, there's chaos and bad things will happen.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence, because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, can give you your real, natural-looking hair back permanently.
They're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to everyone who texts MORE to 85850.
Dude, you don't have to look like your dad, because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment.
People all over the country trust Bosley because they use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. You wash it, you cut it. It's your own real, naturally growing hair.
And the best part, Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let them show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off.
Text MORE to 85850. That's MORE to 85850.
Show your four-legged best friend how much you care with Invisible Fence brand's Boundary Plus technology. With Invisible Fence, your pet gets access to the whole yard, and you don't have to worry about escapes. Go to invisiblefence.com and save $315. Invisiblefence.com.
5:09. Let's get an update on the early morning roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time, and here is Jim Telemonte.
In Aurora this morning, Sullivan Road remains closed between 25 and Mitchell due to a crash which happened last night. In Chicago's South Loop area, Michigan's blocked off between Roosevelt and Balboa for filming. Balboa and Harrison are blocked in the area. The street should reopen shortly. There are roadwork delays right now on the outbound Kennedy from Eagle to Canfield with 2 right lanes blocked. It's about a 5-minute delay. Stevenson outbound traffic is jammed. First Avenue to LaGrange Road. This is construction of the 2 right lanes. 44 minutes. Lakeshore Drive to 355. Eastbound Indiana Toll Road traffic slow for West Point Toll to 20 in East Chicago. That's traffic. I'm Jim Telemonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the 1-hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center, here's our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Times of clouds and sun today. It'll be a high of 60. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 47. Cloudy with a passing shower tomorrow afternoon, the high at 64. And then Sunday, a partly sunny day, the high again at 64. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
39 at O'Hare, 45 Lakefront, and 34 in Aurora. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
Watch today's show live right now on the Income Store live video stream at 560theanswer.com.
It's time once again for Al and Marty.
You know, Al, we were Chicagoland's first ever Ford Lincoln dealer.
We're also everybody's favorite dealer.
We are?
I took a very scientific poll.
A poll? Wow, that's amazing.
100% of the respondents favored us.
Wait, respondents?
Well, Bill in accounting, my daughters, your wife's a big fan, and, well, me.
You?
I think I'm fantastic.
I bet you do.
Island Park Ford Lincoln Superstore. Call 800-984-9000 or visit alanmarty.com.
This is Al and Marty. Deal with us.
If you're age 59 and a half or older with a 401k plan and still working, stop what you're doing and call Wealth Management Group today at 833-WMG-PLAN. At 59 and a half, you're entitled to new opportunities in the investment world that can help save you thousands in 401k fees and potentially reduce your risk of a market correction. You've worked and saved, and now is the time to manage your retirement savings. Call Craig Bolanos of Wealth Management Group today at 833-WMG-PLAN. Securities and financial planning offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA SIPC.
Hey, if you're missing teeth or even a single tooth, then dental implants are a fantastic way to regain your confidence, your smile, and your dental health. Hey, Sean Hannity here. So what are you waiting for? Find out now if implants are for you. Successful implants don't come from an implant factory. Skill, treatment, installation, those are the main differences for successful lifelong implants. That's why you need to see Dr. Neruzzi at Fox River Periodontics. Dr. Neruzzi is the recommended choice of dentists that don't do implants themselves. You need the experience, the skill, and honesty that over 25 years of dental implants brings, and you're going to be happy with your implant. It's not a mass production procedure because everyone is different. And Dr. Neruzzi wants to talk to you about dental implants today.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants.
Call Fox River Periodontics at 630-232-7400. They're online at implantsforme.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by CharlesEquipment.com, keeping you powered up no matter what the conditions.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy, and good morning to one of our loyal listeners. Attorney named, excuse me, named
choked
Rob,
up over there?
who's in Switzerland.
Oh.
For the sake of Deep Purple fans everywhere, I can report that there's neither smoke on the water nor fire in the sky here today. We'll be listening to Dan and Amy on my phone while tooling away on my laptop. Cheers, Rob.
Wow, must be nice to be Rob, huh?
Must be
He
nice.
moved. He really moved out of Illinois, huh? No, I'm kidding. He's probably
not-
just visiting.
Yeah,
yes.
not permanently in Switzerland, I presume, for work. High-flying attorney as he is. Last night, Trump rallied the faithful in Dallas, but prior to that, there was the big announcement that Mike Pence and the ceasefire delegation had achieved a temporary ceasefire between Turkey and, many parties, but Turkey and the Kurds, effectively. President Trump celebrating that before he jetted off to
Dallas.
Yeah. Do we have that bite? The President of the United States, Donald Trump, talking about Turkey. That. Okay. Also, prior to that, Mick Mulvaney,
Mick
Chief
Mulvaney.
of Staff. He's the Chief of Staff of the President of the United States, that Trump guy I was referring to.
I don't think he's going to be Chief of Staff for much longer, do you? After what he pulled yesterday?
What did he pull exactly? Mulvaney giving a rare briefing on this whole impeachment gambit. And it's important to listen to what he said because of how it was misreported purposefully. They have stories to tell, not news to report, by CNN, New York Times.
There's an ongoing investigation by our Department of Justice into the 2016 election. I can't remember the person's name. Durham, okay? That's an ongoing investigation, right? So you're saying that the President of the United States, the chief law enforcement person, cannot ask somebody to cooperate with an ongoing public investigation into wrongdoing? That's just bizarre to me that you would think that you can't do that.
And so you would say that it's fine to ask about the DNC, but not about Biden. So Biden is running for the Democratic nomination, right? That's for 2020.
That's a hypothetical because that did not happen here.
No,
but I would ask you.
No. On the call, the president did ask about investigating the Bidens. Are you saying that the money that was held up that had nothing to do with Biden?
No, the money held up had absolutely nothing to do with Biden. There's no question, and that was the point I made to you.
And you're drawing a distinction. You're saying that it would be
three,
wrong.
Three factors. Again, I was involved with the process by which the money was held up temporarily. Okay, 3 issues for that: the corruption in the country, whether or not other countries were participating in the support of the Ukraine, and whether or not they were cooperating in an ongoing investigation with our Department of Justice. That's completely legitimate.
Right. So those 3 things. Now, you just heard the 3 things that informed the decision to temporarily withhold aid, unbeknownst to the Ukrainians, by the way. Right. Zelensky didn't know that aid was being delayed. So it's hard to have a formal quid pro quo when the other party doesn't know he's involved in a quid pro quo. That's number 1. Number 2, misreported by the New York Times, misreported by CNN, that Mulvaney somehow confirmed a quid pro quo. You heard what he said. 3 factors. One of them, and this is on the transcript, so it shouldn't come as any particular surprise. There's no news here, was cooperation with the 2016 investigation being conducted by Durham at the behest of the Department of Justice. And in the transcript of the Trump-Zelensky conversation, again, we have to repeat to correct, and this will be a chore for the next year, I have no doubt. Again, saying, please cooperate with my Department of Justice. That's not verbatim. That's effectively what Trump said. So I'm sorry, what's the news here?
Well, he kept telling people to get over it.
We do that all the time with foreign policy. I have news for everybody. Get over it. There's going to be political influence in foreign policy.
Yeah, well, exactly. By the way, on the ceasefire, left Scott Adams, the Dilbert cartoon creator, Scott Adams tweeting on the news of the ceasefire in Turkey. Breaking: Turkey is interfering with our elections by caving into Trump's extortion. Right? Because didn't Trump say, "I'll destroy your economy if you commit atrocities against the Kurds"? Isn't it? He was threatening tariffs, economic sanctions, right? So is that a quid pro quo for Turkey to stop killing people? Boy, it gets real complicated when you get sort of outside the bubble and have a bit more perspective on what exactly they're trying to impeach this president over. Trump on the ceasefire.
Very happy to report tremendous success with
respect to Turkey. And I want to thank President Erdogan. I want to thank our Vice President Mike Pence, our Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Great job. All of the people that we sent over the last 3 days. We sent an early group. This is an amazing outcome. This is an outcome, regardless of how the press would like to damp it down. This was something that they've been trying to get for 10 years. You would have lost millions and millions of lives. They couldn't get it without a little rough love, as I called it. I just put out. They needed a little bit of that at the beginning. And then everybody said, wow, this is tougher than we thought. When those guns start shooting, they tend to do things. But I will tell you, on behalf of the United States, I want to thank Turkey. I want to thank all of the people that have gotten together and made this happen. This is an incredible outcome.
Yeah, remember Erdogan said he wasn't going to meet with Pence or Pompeo and that he threw away the letter Trump wrote him. Well, not really. He did meet with them, and they did do a photo op, and they made, most importantly, they made an agreement. For 5-day ceasefire. Well, at least it gets Kurds, gives them time to get out of the area.
Though Trump is wildly overstating this ceasefire agreement, as is his wont. I know he wants to seize and own the news cycle, but you set yourself up for having to explain things 5 days from now if they break bad. A 5-day ceasefire is not the sort of end of this story, in addition to guns tend to do things and millions of people. I mean, these are overstatements, and his approach to these things is just grating to me. But nonetheless, there is this temporary ceasefire, and that's good news. Trump spoke specifically to that.
So we have a 5-day ceasefire. During that 5 days, the Kurds and other people, they're going to be taken great care of. They're going to be moving around, moving out of a safe zone, which is something that Turkey has always wanted. The ISIS, they call them Daesh, but we call them ISIS. The ISIS fighters that we have captured, they'll be under very, very strict control of various different groups, but we will be watching, we will be in charge, and they'll be under very, very powerful and strict control. And we've gotten everything we could have ever dreamed of, and we're also going to be able to bring our people back home, but we'll be able to have control of ISIS total. We'll be able to do whatever we have to do to get the rest of ISIS wherever they may be. They're never going to be ruling us.
As I said, it's good news, but in geopolitics, nothing is so temporary as a temporary ceasefire, so some restraint is prudent.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're self-employed and purchase your own health insurance, I have some good news. From now until December 15th, you cannot be denied coverage based on a pre-existing condition, and depending on your income, you may find a more affordable plan. And this year, thanks to President Trump, if you're healthy and your income is too high to qualify for a subsidy, there is a new and competitive non-Obamacare marketplace where premiums are much lower and the PPO networks include access to our teaching hospitals in Chicago. Employers who provide small group coverage also have new options, and so do seniors looking for Medicare supplement coverage. Call me, I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 20-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for 7 years. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551.
Hey, hackers are just relentless, and it's only a matter of time before they get to you and your business network. Attacks come from all over the world, like Russia, China. How can you keep your business protected? We have the answer. Turnkey IT. Turnkey IT has been a proud partner of AM 560s for years. They understand the needs of small to medium-sized businesses, whether it's 5 or 200 employees. So don't become another company that has had its network, or worse, its clients' information compromised. You definitely don't want that. Your business is way too important to take risks. So let Turnkey IT make sure you have no vulnerabilities and find out if your network is protected with a free security audit. That's normally $600. They'll do it for free. So let the pros at Turnkey IT thoroughly analyze your systems to ensure your business is not vulnerable to attacks, intrusions, and hackers. Don't wait. Get that free security audit of your technology systems. Go to turnkey.pro. That's turnkey.pro.
It's happening. Wherever cupcakes are being frosted, songs are being recorded, and engines are being tuned, ADP is designing a better way to work. With industry-leading HR, talent, time, benefits, and payroll, more companies rely on ADP than any other HR partner. From small business to global enterprise. See how ADP can help you and your people achieve what you're working for at design.adp.com. ADP, always designing for people.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents. And Doug.
You two, my office, now! Limu, Doug, you're being transferred across town.
Oh, because they haven't heard that Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
No, it's because Limu keeps eating the chips on Janine's desk. And her keyboard, and her expense reports, and her stress balls, and her...
Liberty. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Take a moment, picture your daughter. Society puts unbelievable pressure on her to achieve, to win, to project perfection. It affects her. I've told you about Northridge Prep for boys. Now I'd like to tell you about their sister school, Willows Academy. Girls thrive at Willows because the pressure just isn't there. There's no boys to create a social pecking order. It's a culture where what matters is how good a friend you are, not Instagram. Their all-female faculty create a warm environment where girls can be their best, not perfect. And not surprisingly, in this environment, girls actually do achieve. The Willows goal is to produce leaders, and it succeeds. Willows girls attend the top universities like MIT and Notre Dame. Willows has a strong liberal arts curriculum, small class sizes, personalized attention, and one-on-one mentoring. They are an independent Catholic school for grades 6 through 12 with your strong values. Learn more at their open house on November 3rd. Register online at willowsacademy.org. That open house, November 3rd. Register at willowsacademy.org.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So day one of the Chicago teachers strike, and the Maduroistas were out in force yesterday. Can somebody just explain to me whether or not the Chicago teachers, at least those that are protesting, read anything other than Harry Potter books?
Why do you say that, Dan?
Because the signage I saw from pictures that were sent.
I saw a T-Rex costume.
Well, there was a T-Rex costume, of course, because it's fun. It's a party. Let's see. Hogwarts. The two signs, two different people. Hogwarts had a nurse. Even Hogwarts had a nursery.
Oh, yeah, I see.
And then another sign I liked. Why are the mayors great till they got to be great? So
I was so sick of hearing Lori Lightfoot, get on the right foot. Lori, that's what they chant. You know the song.
Lori Lightfoot, get on the right foot.
What? They're crazy. It's a party. This is fun. They get up at 6:30. They have their coffee. They work the picket lines till 10:30. Then they go home. Then they're supposed to be at a rally at 1 o'clock again today downtown. But I don't think there's a lot of sympathy out there. Did you hear what the teachers did yesterday to Lori Lightfoot's SUV? She was at a school, a community center, because that's where parents were taking their kids that had no other alternative. And when she was leaving in her SUV, they ran after her in the alley trying to attack her car. What are you trying to do? Slash her tires, break a window, maybe punch her in the face? Get a hold of yourself. You're teachers. You're supposed to be refined. You're supposed to be following the rules. That's what you teach our kids. And you're chasing the mayor's SUV down an alley? It's embarrassing. Mm-hmm. Well, it's just, I mean, come on. You don't need to do that. I mean, honestly, what was their point?
Jesse Sharkey reporting some progress yesterday.
Yay.
I'm hopeful that we'll continue discussions and that this stuff.
Jesse's changed his voice.
Lori Lightfoot reporting.
But it could be Jesse. Who knows?
I'm hopeful that we'll continue discussions and that this strike will be limited in duration. But from a financial standpoint, we always have to keep in mind the taxpayers.
Yeah. We feel kept in mind.
I'm hopeful that we'll continue discussions and that this strike.
But Jesse Shark, they did make some progress last night on class sizes.
For the first time since this process began a year ago, I can say that we have a proposal from CPS in writing that addresses class size. It's a positive step. Details matter.
Yeah, I'm real encouraged. This is going to go well. So, all right, we'll do this for another, 5 or 6 days, maybe towards the end of next week, and then Lori Lightfoot will cave substantially on most of their demands and
spend some more money that she doesn't have, write our names on the bottom of blank checks that will be cashed on our labor, and then we'll just muddle along because nobody really gives a crap anyway, except all those Maduroistas that were protesting out there.
Right, but the money's not there, and that's why I was trying to have a decent conversation with a teacher yesterday, saying we can't be taxed anymore to pay for certain things. To pay what they are offering them is a great salary. They know that. They just want the nurses Monday through Friday.
Oh, that's all they
one day a
want.
week,
Yeah, that's all they
and
want.
a social worker. But Lori Lightfoot, she did lay it out for Rahima Alice from NBC News.
If you were to give teachers everything they asked, what would it mean in terms of the city's finances?
The teachers are asking for $2.5 billion on top of what we've committed to giving them. No school system can support that, and we can't either.
You're just not trying hard enough. What I hear you saying is that you don't care about kids. So, all right. Well, I do care about
And if
kids.
she wasn't black, she'd be racist.
Joe in Hoffman Estates.
Hey, good morning, guys. I was wondering, you can get a bachelor's degree or a master's degree online nowadays. So why do we need all these buildings and thousands upon thousands of teachers to teach kids the alphabet? I don't understand it. We should tell all these teachers to go home, and that's the end of them, and get rid of all this bureaucracy.
All right, Joe. Clay in the loop.
Hey, I drive Uber, and I drove around like 15 schools yesterday, and they all have honk for support. Not one car honked a horn in front of any of those schools.
I know.
I don't
think
think anyone
the
supports these
there.
guys.
I agree with you, Clay. I drove by a few too, and I didn't hear any of the hoopla that was there reminiscent of 7 years ago when they were on strike. So, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Mark Zuckerberg supports free expression at 5:38.
And later, ladies, it's our time. The first ever female moonwalk. Let's go. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
39 degrees at 5:30. Gunfire and shelling this morning in northeast Syria, less than a day after Turkey apparently agreed to a temporary ceasefire in its military campaign against the Kurdish militia. Ceasefire announced Thursday by Vice President Mike Pence after long meetings with Turkey's president. President Trump is crediting a tough love approach to the ceasefire.
Without a little tough love, they would have never made this deal. President Obama lost 1 million people in the area, 1 million people.
He told a Channing crowd in Dallas last night it was unconventional, but he had to let Turkey and Syria fight it out for a few days. Meantime, a bipartisan measure boosting sanctions on Turkey is being introduced in the Republican-led Senate.
Congress is going to speak with a very firm, singular voice that we will impose sanctions in the strongest measure possible against this Turkish outrage.
South Carolina Republican Lindsey Graham, acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, says there was no quid pro quo over military aid to Ukraine. The statement comes hours after he appeared to say the aid to Ukraine was held up over requests to investigate Democrats. In that White House briefing, Mulvaney insisted politics and foreign policy is nothing new.
I have news for everybody. Get over it. There's going to be political influence in foreign policy.
Mulvaney now says Trump never told him, he says, to withhold money until Ukrainians investigated theories about Ukraine being involved in a cover-up over the hacking of the Democrat National Committee server. Trump administration will reportedly host next year's G7 meeting. It's where that may be a problem.
Doral was by far and away the best physical facility for this meeting.
Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney saying Trump's Doral Resort in Miami was chosen during a selection process. A newly released report blames a deadly April crane collapse in Seattle on human error. The investigation found nearly all of the 6 major pins which made the crane easy to topple over were not assembled correctly when heavy gusts of winds struck. 4 were killed. After winning the backing of the European Union for his new Brexit deal, Prime Minister Boris Johnson today is in London looking to secure support from Parliament to get that deal through. Chicago Public Schools are canceled again today as a teacher strike enters day 2.
The teachers are asking for $2.5 billion on top of what we've committed to giving them. No school system can support that, and we can't either.
The union rejecting an offer of a 16% base pay hike over 5 years is now asking for a 15% hike over 3 years. Bulls close out the NBA preseason with a win over the Hawks Blackhawks host the Blue Jackets tonight. Astros a win away from the World Series after blowing out the Yankees. Last night in Thursday Night Football, the Chiefs beat the Broncos. 5:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity can't make heads or tails of the left.
To be a liberal Democrat, extreme radical socialist today, you have to suspend any fidelity to truth, to honesty, to common sense and reason. Because in their world, up is down, down is up. You know, black is white, white is black, green is purple, purple is green. That's the world they live in.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Message and data rates may apply. Individual results vary. Exclusions apply.
Contacts and glasses are such a hassle. I'd love to finally get LASIK, but
I'm going to stop you right there. If you want LASIK, then the LASIK Vision Institute has officially taken away everything standing in your way.
Isn't LASIK expensive?
Not at the LASIK Vision Institute. We're offering dramatically low prices and an absolutely free consultation. See for free if LASIK is right for you by texting TOP to 350-350.
But I'm really busy.
A text only takes seconds. The LASIK procedure typically only takes 15 minutes, and most patients can get back to work the following day. The LASIK Vision Institute uses the latest FDA-approved LASIK technology that helps the majority of patients achieve 20/20 vision. Dr. Greenberg has performed 75,000 LASIK surgeries and is one of the most experienced LASIK surgeons in Chicago. And we're offering 20% off our already low-cost services.
What's that text again?
Text TOP to 350-350. That's TOP to 350-350 to schedule your free consultation today.
Message and data rates may apply. T&C and privacy terms can be found at babbel.com/terms. Please don't text and drive.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then try Babbel for free by texting EASY to 484848. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just text EASY to 484848 and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or text EASY to 484848 and try it for free. Text EASY to 484848.
Blue Emu supports healthy muscles and joints. Blue Emu works fast and you won't stink.
It is 5:36. Let's get an update on the morning ride to work in the AM 560 traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
In Waukegan, we have reported crash involving a car going into a house. This is at Sheridan Road and Heath. In Aurora, Sullivan remains closed between 25 and Mitchell for a crash which happened last night. The ongoing investigation. The Edith looks good. The Kennedy has cleared up after some outbound road work. The Eisenhower's okay. Up on Stevenson, traffic still slow. First Avenue to LaGrange Road. Road work wrapping up at the two right lanes. 37 minutes. Lakeshore Drive to 355. Northbound Tri-State traffic slow. Southwest Highway to the 83rd Street Toll Plaza with construction. The Indiana Toll Road has mild road work delays in Hammond in both directions. And that's traffic. I'm Jim Alamonte.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Partly sunny. 60 degrees today. Partly cloudy, 47 overnight. 39 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by AM Woodland Outdoor Design, luxury outdoor living. amwoodland.com.
See Michelle Malkin, Sean Hannity, and Laura Logan at Freedom Summit 2019. Tickets on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Our friend and colleague Dennis Prager issuing this open letter to Sergey Brin. Of course, he's one of the co-founders of Google. And Dennis Prager's long-running struggle to get Prager University out of Google/YouTube jail. at least many of the Prager University videos. Beyond my wildest dreams, two things are happening in America, writes Prager. One is that for the first time in America's history, free speech is seriously threatened. That's self-explanatory. The other thing that's happening is even more frightening. The company that you co-founded, Google, the greatest conduit of speech in world history, is also suppressing speech. I've asked myself over and over, how could the company founded by a man whose parents fled the Soviet Union do this? It so boggles the mind. I have to hope you're simply not fully aware of what your company is doing. It'd be hard for him not to be fully aware, given there's been congressional hearings on the topic. I'm sure he's been apprised. Prager points out that among the restricted videos is one in which former Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper defends Israel. Had someone told me 50 years ago that a company led by the son of Soviet Jewish refuseniks would suppress a video by a world leader defending the Jewish state, I would have told them they were out of their mind. That's one reason I can only assume, or at least hope, that you're not fully aware of what your company is doing. He also points out that a video series he presented on the Ten Commandments, a number of those videos are being suppressed, too, as inappropriate for children. We have no desire to see government intervene in private business to protect free speech, writes Prager, but your company has availed itself of protections under the law that shield it from liability for defamation, copyright infringement. Your company's arrogance is such that a vast number of Americans, liberals as well as conservatives, are worried that a major conduit of free speech in the free world doesn't care about free speech. Please don't help take away free speech from those who made it possible, the people of America. Yours truly, Dennis Prager. Well, no response from Bryn yet, but you got a response, perhaps not directly, but a response to the pressure coming from a lot of directions. From Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook yesterday. He spoke at Georgetown University about this balance between free expression and interdicting violent, predatory, and fake content.
I've focused on building services that do two things. Give people a voice and bring people together. Now, some people believe that giving more people a voice is driving division rather than bringing people together. More people across the spectrum believe that achieving the political outcomes that they think matter is more important than every person having a voice and being heard. And I think that that's dangerous. We can either continue to stand for free expression, understanding its messiness, but believing that the long journey towards greater progress requires confronting ideas that challenge us. Or we can decide that the cost is simply too great. Inevitably, some people are going to use their voice to try to organize violence, to try to undermine elections, to hurt others. And we have a responsibility to address these risks. Because when you're serving billions of people, even if a very small percent of them cause harm, that can still be a lot of harm. So we need to address that. And we build specific systems to address each type of harmful content, from incitement of violence to child exploitation to other kinds of harm like intellectual property violations. It's about 20 categories in total. And we judge ourselves by the prevalence of harmful content on our services and by the percent of that content that we find proactively before anyone has to report it to us. Much of the content that those Russian accounts shared was distasteful, but it would have been considered permissible political discourse if it had been shared by real American citizens. So the real issue is that it was posted by fake accounts that were coordinating together and pretending to be people that they were not. And we've seen similar issues with these groups that pump out misinformation like spam just to make money. So the solution here is to verify the identities of anyone who's getting a wide amount of distribution and to get a lot better at identifying and taking down fake accounts. So we now require you to provide a government ID and to prove your location if you want to run political ads or if you're going to run a large page. You can still say controversial things if you want, but you have to stand behind them with your real identity and face accountability.
Let's focus on the regulation of political speech for a minute. He writes in a corresponding Wall Street Journal op-ed Some say free speech is dangerous because it may lead to outcomes they find acceptable. Others believe the stakes are so high they can no longer trust their fellow citizens with the power to communicate or decide what to believe for themselves. I believe these views are more dangerous for democracy than any speech could be. You can't impose tolerance from the top down. It has to come from people opening up, sharing experiences, and developing a common understanding of the society in which they live. Well, that's a fine statement. And frankly, I don't really have a problem with Zuckerberg talking about getting better at removing fake accounts. You should
do that.
Yeah, I mean,
it's his responsibility as
well,
owner of the company.
You don't have to do it. You can have a platform that allows people anonymity, that allows people to just have a handle and you don't know who they are, or at least well, you could do it both ways: true anonymity or just public-facing anonymity. But the actual provider knows who you are because you have to provide real information, verifiable information, like he was saying. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I think that's good business practices. And I think, generally speaking, just as a matter of course, matter of principle, people should stand up and be counted and have their identity attached to what they say and do. So
Because
I don't
they're
have a problem with
cowards. I
that.
hate that. They can say whatever they want, but their real identity isn't being shown.
Yeah, all the internet cowboys, the online tough
There you go.
guys.
Yeah, you know them. But also, he didn't mention one thing about Elizabeth Warren yesterday. He's staying out of that because he doesn't want to destroy the Democratic
Well,
Party.
it's a completely different topic.
I know. Well,
I mean, this is just about their own business and how they regulate free speech. Elizabeth Warren doesn't want to break up Facebook because of free speech concerns. She has no free speech concerns, like most of the Democrats. Basically, and ironically, Zuckerberg, a man of the left, is mainly talking to his fellow travelers when he's giving us a sort of a high school freshman lecture on free speech and free expression in a free society governed by a constitution that features a First Amendment. So there's nothing. I mean, there's nothing offensive to me in what Zuckerberg said here. The three challenges, the laws around, in addition to what he talked about, what they're doing with violent content, where to draw the line, misleading content that presents imminent threat, and he talks in his op-ed about things like misleading health information. Well, that gets into a bit of a more of a gray area in terms of just debates about health topics. So, for example, a debate about vaccines. I mean, if you're going to take a position in the debate, then you should be very careful to allow those debates to happen regardless and let people present information. People can present misleading information. They present misleading information in politics. They present misleading information or information that isn't necessarily grounded in science or what we understand to be true based on scientific evidence. I mean, you can do that. You should be able to do that if you want your platform to truly be this marketplace of ideas. And then people can make up their own minds based on the weight of the evidence being presented by competing sides. I mean, this is exactly what he said in terms of his optimism. I believe in giving people a voice because I believe in people, up with people nonsense. Progress isn't linear. Sometimes we take 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But if we can agree to let each other talk about the issues, we'll never even take that first step. If we can't agree to let each other talk about the issues, we'll never even take that first step. So, I mean, he needs to take his own advice, and we'll see how he does it. It's easy to give speeches and kind of cloak yourself in First Amendment freedoms. That's easy to do, and that's going to get a lot of applause. But then let's see how that principle is implemented in practice in Facebook. We'll see. We'll see. But in terms of the sum and substance of what he had to say and what he wrote on the pages of the Wall Street Journal, there's not too much that that runs afoul of sort of a healthy respect for First Amendment freedoms and robust political debate. He is exercising the restraint that the D.C. press corps doesn't want him to, which is not to pick sides, not to eliminate political content that doesn't comport with his worldview. That's what he's saying. Now, I know in practice we've seen from Facebook to this point the censorship, the regulation of content is decidedly on the center-right side as compared to the center-left, even though I mean, the hate spewing from the left is as vicious as anything out there. I mean, in addition to the conduct of the left is as vicious as anything out there. Please see Antifa. So it was an interesting speech, and the timing of the speech was interesting too, because the flip side is Twitter. Twitter saying this week it's going to restrict how users can interact with tweets from world leaders who break its rules. Twitter saying it will not allow users to reply, share, or retweet offending tweets, but instead will let users quote tweet to allow ordinary users to express their opinions. Yeah. This is about getting involved in the Twitter accounts of heads of state. So, I mean, this is terrible news, obviously, for, Justin Trudeau, because he can't share those blackface photos that he's got with the same cavalierness. But now you got to watch Twitter, because if they start shadow banning Trump tweets,
oh, that's going to be a problem. But that's all that Kamala Harris talked about during the last debate, and she was waiting for somebody to join in with her to try and form a solidarity against him, but nobody took the bait. She wants him taken down from Twitter.
She tried to score points against Elizabeth Warren by saying, I've called for Trump's Twitter account to be taken down, and you haven't. These are the huge debates of the time. This is Kamala Harris trying to get back into this race. It was pathetic.
It was awful.
It was sad. The smallness of the ideas. I mean, she is a small, shrill little person. She really is. Now, the other thing, though, on that side, and with Warren talking about breaking up Facebook, and she did again, and there was an exchange between her and Yang on the topic. You have this guy needs to start getting a little bit more attention. The CEO of Salesforce, Mark Benioff, who is virulently anti-gun. He is complete cultural Marxist. He had an interview with CNN this week. Said Facebook should be broken up. It's addictive. It's not good for you. They're after your kids. They're running political ads that aren't true. And they're also acquiring other companies and commingling data those companies have on their users into theirs. I think at this point, because they're now doing that, they probably should be broken up, because they're having an undue influence as the largest social media platform on the planet. Boy. It's the statist entrepreneur who wants to use the state as a sword or a shield to protect his business, to hurt his competitor's business once he achieves some success. There's no more shameless individual than Mark Benioff being an example. No more shameless person than that. I got to cross the bridge. Now I want to not only cut off the bridge for you, for the people behind me, I want to look at other bridges out there, and I want to burn those as well. Competitors, or even just, and maybe not even in the same business sector, but competitors in sort of the political ecosystem. You know what I mean? The economic political elite. Benioff wants more profile, is what I'm hearing him say. So you got Larry and Sergey at Google, and you got Dorsey at Twitter, and you got Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook. Salesforce boy wants in too.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg. If you'd like to pay off debt, call Team Hochberg now about a cash-out refinance. During May, Team Hochberg helped listeners access $953,000 to pay off credit cards, student loans, car loans, medical bills, collections, and IRS tax liens, which saved them close to $19,000 a month. Since January, Team Hochberg has saved listeners over $74,000 a month, which is an annualized savings of over $888,000. What are you waiting for? Call Team Hochberg now to see if we can help you pay off debt and substantially reduce your monthly payments with a cash-out refinance. Think of all the things you could do with an extra $500, $1,000, or $1,500 a month that you'd be saving. Call Team Hochberg now at 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Team Hochberg has helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Homeside Financial, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 1124061.
You've heard Rumpke's Garage commercials on AM 560, and now they specialize in servicing Sprinters and light-duty diesels. But the experts at Rumpke's also service Isuzu and Chevy low-cab forward trucks. So if you own an Isuzu or Chevy low-cab forward truck but aren't sure where to get it repaired, take it to Rumpke's Garage, your number one dealer alternative for repairs to your Isuzu NPR, Isuzu F-Series, or Chevy low-cab forward truck. Whether gas or diesel, your truck is the lifeline of your business. That's why Rumpke's Garage offers free loaners while your truck is being serviced. They'll even pick up and deliver for your convenience. Rumpke's Garage has the factory scan tool to properly diagnose Isuzu and Chevy low-cab forward trucks. Their commitment to your business is backed with a complimentary maintenance plan and free 2-year warranty. Go to Rumpke'sGarage.com to learn more about their specialization in Isuzu and Chevy low-cab forward trucks and schedule your appointment today. That's Remkes, R-E-M-K-E-S, Garage.com.
This is Owen Strand for Townhall.com. LeBron James recently made headlines for his comments about China. James argued that when Houston Rockets general manager Daryl Morey supported Hong Kong Democratic protesters, he was misinformed. Morey's support caused harm, James said. For those paying attention, there's a revealing hypocrisy here. It's common today among the left to speak against immoral capitalism and to decry unjust politics practiced by supposed American tyrants. Whatever one thinks about America, China is run by an actual tyrannical regime. Free speech doesn't exist. Dissidents are placed in re-education camps. There's a reason NBA stars are speaking out for China here. They make tons of money from sneaker sales in China. There are many wonderful elements of the free market, but supporting tyranny to make millions is not one of them. After the public outcry, LeBron now says he's staying quiet, but the damage is done. Count this a big loss for LeBron and the NBA. I'm Owen Strand.
Alliance Defending Freedom, fighting for those whose liberty is being violated. Click on the banner at townhallreview.com.
Where has the year gone? It seems like the holidays sneak up so fast. As you probably know, most retailers do their shopping in the first quarter of the year. However, Fox Valley Coins is gearing up now for the busiest season of the year. Fox Valley Coins wants to buy now before Christmas. Fox Valley Coins is one of the largest coin dealers in the entire Midwest. And with the current price of precious metals, rare coins, and currency, business has been crazy. They buy and sell all major forms of gold, silver, platinum, and palladium, and specialize in rare and collector coins and currency. For larger collections, they'll even make house calls to your home or bank from now through October. Fox Valley Coins is on Route 59, just 1 block north of I-88, at the Naperville-Warrenville border. Online at foxvalleycoins.com. Sure, they'll buy after Christmas, but they're stocking their shelves now. Take advantage. Fox Valley Coins. Online at foxvalleycoins.com. Buying, selling, and appraisals since 1981.
AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy talking about social media platforms, freedom of expression, and the quality of our discourse. Local story. Well, it's not a story yet. It should be. We'll see if it becomes one.
What do you got?
Local, how dare you, vandals, took time out of saving the planet to deface a pro-life display featuring a pregnancy care center run by friends of mine, Waterleaf, at Visitation Parish in Elmhurst. The sign, some babies die by chance, none should die by choice. Pregnant, go waterleafwc.org. It was defaced with graffiti, F your religion, save the planet. F your religion, save the planet.
Because we should not have babies to save the planet, right?
Outside Visitation Parish in Elmhurst.
Do you have a picture of it?
Yes, I tweeted it out.
Oh, okay.
So there's this display at Visitation. Yeah, do you think it would be wise to put the planet's fate in the hands of these individuals? The F your religion, save the planet. It's also a reminder that, per our conversation with the Georgetown professor Josh Mitchell yesterday, I'm more and more convinced that this is a religious war that's been declared by the left. That's what their Marxism is. That's what their social justice ideology is. It's a religion to them. And, of course, one of the main tenets is the end of days, because it's a death cult. Religious war. That's what we have going on in this country, and you see it here, right here in Elmhurst. Take a drive-by, Visitation Parish in Elmhurst.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
we hear from Hunter Biden's wife at 6:06.
How long will that thing last? And later, why did Superintendent Johnson call for an investigation on himself? We'll explain. But here now is Mike Scott.
CPS teachers strike entering day 2. Chicago's top cop explains why he was found asleep in a parked vehicle. Chicago Police Board votes to fire Officer Robert Rialmo. We'll tell you why. Man killed in a Northside shooting, and the investigation continues. An Elgin pastor is charged with sexually abusing a child. Bulls beat the Hawks in the preseason finale and look pretty good. Blackhawks host the Blue Jackets later on tonight. Partly sunny in your forecast, high near 60. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
The firing hasn't ceased. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. You can hear the gunfire in video shot from a distance around a border town in Syria the day after the U.S. and Turkey agreed to pause the fighting there. Fox's Griff Jenkins has a source near that town.
He says, quote, the ceasefire is broken. He questions whether it was ever even enforced or attempted to do so. He is with an NGO. They've been trying to get trapped Kurds out of Ras Al Ain all night long, and they cannot. Kurdish Syrian fighters have told the AP that they have seen shelling going on overnight. Kurds cannot retreat, my source says. Roads are blocked. In this ceasefire, this 5-day ceasefire that was supposed to give Kurds time to retreat, they cannot. Now, we have no official statement from Turkey.
Now, President Trump took a lot of criticism for pulling U.S. forces back, allowing Turkey to go in. He touted a ceasefire at a rally in Texas last night.
Without a little tough love, they would have never made this deal.
The president also again called the House Democrat impeachment inquiry ridiculous.
You know, I really don't believe anymore that they love our country. I don't believe it.
Now, he claims he did nothing wrong asking Ukraine to investigate 2016 and Joe Biden, and he didn't tie it to military aid, but his own chief of staff had a different story yesterday. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, saying Ukraine is a corrupt place. Acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney told reporters the administration held up military aid to Ukraine in part over President Trump's concerns about ongoing investigations into the 2016 election.
Did he also mention to me in the past the corruption related to the DNC server? Absolutely. No question about that. But that's it. And that's why we held up the money.
The White House released a statement claiming the media misconstrued Mulvaney's remarks, saying there was never any condition on the flow of the aid related to the matter of the DNC server. Dave.
Rachel, 2 sheriff's deputies were shot late last night in Iowa, serving a warrant at an apartment in Stewart. A police officer also injured. They're said to be stable. America's listening to Fox News.
Skies are clear. We have 39 degrees, 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago Public Schools canceled again today. Teachers walking off the job for day 2 of their strike. Mayor Lori Lightfoot says the city cannot afford to meet all of their demands.
The teachers are asking for $2.5 billion on top of what we've committed to giving them. No school system can support that, and we can't either.
Union members marched through the Loop yesterday after a rally outside of CPS headquarters. Negotiations are expected to continue today. Chicago's police superintendent calling for an internal investigation on himself after officers found him asleep at the wheel of his parked vehicle near his home. Superintendent Eddie Johnson said he failed to take his new prescription blood pressure medication. That led to him pulling over and falling asleep early yesterday.
Someone called 911 and reported a person asleep at the stop sign. The responding officers did come. They checked on me and confirmed that I was able to continue on my way.
The 59-year-old underwent a kidney transplant in August of 2017. 2 are wounded after they were shot inside a restaurant in Harvey. One of those victims this morning is in critical condition. Chicago's Police Oversight Board has fired an officer who fatally shot 2, one a teenager who swung at him with an aluminum bat, and a female bystander. Chicago's Civilian Office of Police Accountability contend Robert Rialmo overreacted and had time to prevent the death of Betty Jones. Luol Deng retiring as a Chicago Bull. Chicago signed the 2-time All-Star from South Sudan yesterday to a 1-day contract before announcing his retirement from the NBA. And then the Bulls closed out the preseason with a 111-93 win over the Hawks at the UC. Blackhawks host the Blue Jackets tonight. Patrick Mahomes injured in the Chiefs' win over the Broncos last night, 30-6. The news service of InvisibleFence.com. Show your four-legged best friend how much you care with Invisible Fence brand's Boundary Plus technology. With Invisible Fence, your pet gets access to the whole yard, and you don't have to worry about escapes. Go to InvisibleFence.com. Save $315. InvisibleFence.com. 6:04, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher sees another scam from the Democrats.
I got an idea. Vote on impeachment. Get it underway. Vote. And without a vote, nobody from the White House, the State Department, or the Trump administration should be testifying before this kangaroo court. The president is right. It's a scam.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Okay, forest animals, today is a new day. Kids are coming to the forest, and it's up to us to make their visit a good one. Sparrow.
Yes?
Have you practiced the most popular bird songs for the year?
Of course.
Catchy. I like it. Okay, River.
Dude.
How's the temperature?
It's a refreshing 52 degrees, man. Perfect for a little riverside shoeless relaxation.
Ah, good. Owl, you here? Course. Who's asking? I am. Look, you know the drill. Sleep during the day, scare the kids at night.
Perfect. I love my job.
Oak tree?
What's up?
Still in the same place I left you last year. That's what I like. Consistency.
Well, it's not like I'm going anywhere for the next couple hundred years.
I know. I love it. Turtle. Turtle.
He's not here yet, man.
He's late every morning. You'd think he would have learned by now to leave the night before our meetings. Okay. Squirrel. Has anybody seen Mr. Squirrel?
The forest has been preparing just for you. Visit a forest near you today. To learn more about cool things to do in the forest, visit discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
If you have pain, I hope you listen up. Hi, it's Mike Gallagher. You don't need to live in pain. Let me repeat that. You do not have to live in pain. Chronic pain is the worst, whether it's from an accident or pain that just develops. Chicagoland, you're in luck. Dr. Ken Candido is one of the nation's most respected and successful pain doctors. He's been voted one of Chicago's best pain doctors several times. Bottom line, he's the pain doctor you need. Dr. Candido of Chicago Anesthesia and Pain Specialists will help you get off pain medication and all of the side effects. How? By finding the source of your chronic pain and fixing it.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. Let's make you pain-free.
Call Dr. Ken Candido and make an appointment with a cutting-edge, respected, and successful pain physician. Go to mypainchicago.com. That's mypainchicago.com. Thousands have been helped with their chronic pain, and you could be the next one. Get the phone number and all the info you need at mypainchicago.com. That's mypainchicago.com.
Staples gives your business more for less. It's where you find the latest tech to help you work smarter, not harder. Right now, save up to $300 on the latest PCs. Staples, for your business tech and beyond. In-store only, ends 11/2/19 while supplies last. Exclusions apply.
6:07 AM 560 Traffic Center time, and here is Jim Telemonte.
In Aurora, Sullivan Road remains closed between 25 and Mitchell after a crash and ongoing investigation. Southside Chinatown, there's a collision reported on Cermak at Clark. Waukegan, a report of a car into a house. Sheridan at Keith Avenue. Kennedy inbound delays start at Cumberland, 26 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 24. And westbound 190 is bottled up with airport traffic. Eisenhower, 34 minutes, 390 to downtown. Outbound 30. Stevenson, 42 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 37. The Ryan, 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57 Bishop Ford, just 18 minutes, I-80 to the Verge. Northbound Tri-State's heavy, 127th to 95th. I'm Jim Telemonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center, here's our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Today, partly sunny with a high reaching 60. Partly cloudy tonight, low 47. Cloudy with a passing shower tomorrow afternoon, the high 64. Sunday, partly sunny and the high again at 64. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
At 6:08 on AM 560, it's time for a dry basement and a healthy home. It's time to call Permaseal, 800-421-SEAL, and time to check those updated temperatures. 38 at O'Hare, 43 now along Chicago's lakefront. Next news, 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, best beans, best roast, best coffee.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. And what if all this Trump focus on Joe Biden vis-a-vis Ukraine and China is not so much about actual reckoning for what happened in the 2016 election and who may have actually been involved meddling on behalf of the Democrats, like Ukrainian operatives, as Politico reported. What if this is all to create some sympathy for Joe Biden among Democrat rank and file to help him get the nomination, because that's actually who Trump wants to face, not Elizabeth Warren. I know that's a bit counterintuitive. You even have leftist pundits ringing the alarm over the prospect of Elizabeth Warren as their nominee. In Salon and other outlets, they just worry that this idea of her rigidness with respect to, say, removing health care for the private health insurance of 150 million Americans is going to do her in. Just for
Would
example.
be catastrophic.
And as Dan Henninger points out in his piece in the Journal about Biden, the best line of the entire 3 hours was Elizabeth Warren expressing her shock that anyone would consider her punitive. Oh, no, why would anybody think you're punitive? The wealth tax, taking away private health insurance in an unyielding fashion, every position that she has. But the real story is Biden here. And maybe that this is a little bit of too much of the double bank shot that I'm conceiving with respect to Trump. But Dan Henninger writes, in October 2012, Vice President Biden debated Representative Paul Ryan, another skilled politician, and Mr. Biden won. Simply put, the guy who defeated Paul Ryan in 2012 is not the guy who was on that stage in Ohio. Joe Biden's not going to make it. Joe Biden just doesn't have the chops on the debate stage. Forget what his energy level is, his schedule is vis-a-vis Trump on the campaign trail. On that all-important debate stage, Joe Biden doesn't have the chops. He bumbles through issues that you would think he would have some command on or some ability to address succinctly.
But he wasn't. He was incoherent at times, and he was good for 4 or 5 lines, and that was it. Kind of like me on the station. You're good for 4 or 5 lines, and then you're done.
Henninger goes, remember, this is the former chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Joe Biden. And on the issue of the day in the foreign policy arena on that night of the debate, Syria, Turkey, here's what he said, quote, what I would do is I would be making it real clear that Assad, that in fact, where he's going to have a problem because Turkey is the real problem here. And I would be having a real lockdown conversation with Erdogan and letting him know that he's going to pay a heavy price for what he has done now. Pay that price. And in point of fact, it was Mayor Pete that had the most, whether you agree with the substance or not, had the most succinct answer on the topic. Not the former chairman of the Senate Relations Committee, not the former vice president of the United States, not the former vice president of the United States who was the president of the United States' point man for Ukraine and China. Joe Biden isn't going to make it. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636 DA, turnkey.pro text line. I've said from the beginning, I thought Joe Biden, they want the conventional wisdom. Oh, Joe Biden is the toughest candidate because he can go into the Rust Belt and do his Scranton Joe routine, and that can pull those blue-collar voters away from Trump that carried him to victory in 2016. Yeah, but that assumed a lot of things that weren't in evidence that are now in evidence. And frankly, I thought were in evidence back when we were having this initial conversation about the field before it had fully formed. And that is Joe Biden doesn't have the chops. He's not a good candidate. He's not a particularly smart person.
And he's not a good politician.
He's not a very good communicator. He's good in the sort of the in the room.
Right.
If he's not
He can work
mauling
a
you.
room, right,
If he's not
if
groping
he can't
you.
keep space.
But he is not, and we've seen this too in much earlier vibrant iterations of Joe Biden in 1988 and 2008. So
That's why they don't let the press get around him. You notice that? Same with Hillary. When she was on the campaign trail, they would put ropes around her at parades. But Biden does not have a lot of press availability. He has yet to do a Sunday morning show. Okay? He doesn't want to be interviewed.
and thus the point. And it took him 3 weeks in his campaign, too, which hasn't helped him much, it doesn't seem. It took him 3 weeks to come up with an answer to the Hunter in Ukraine question. And it wasn't a very good one when he did come up with it with respect to the inherent conflict of interest. It took them 3 weeks to say, in a Biden administration, Hunter's not going to have any high-flying foreign business dealings, and no relative of mine will work in the White House, and so on and so forth. 3 weeks to get that out.
Did
3
he
weeks
step down
to get
from the Chinese company or the
that
company
that
was
also
involved in
took 3
Chinese
weeks.
Investors. Yeah.
It took 3 weeks for Hunter to step down from the board of Rosemont Seneca, the private equity concern in China. It took him 3 weeks to go before the camera, Hunter Biden, and try to help resuscitate his dad's campaign per how it's being beset by this topic. He's just not going to make it. But mark my words. Well, I mean, I guess we'll never know because I'm saying he's not going to make it. I agree with Dan Henninger. But this is exactly what you're seeing now is why I thought Biden would be the best matchup for Trump. If you're interested in seeing Trump reelected, he's the weakest candidate, actually. The weakest candidate. He doesn't bring the base, and he doesn't have the chops. Big problems, which is interesting because now on the conventional wisdom on the left is all about sort of trying to prop Joe Biden up or find a white knight that's off stage because they're so concerned about the prospect of Elizabeth Warren being the nominee because she is, as I said before, so iconoclastic on her socialist positions.
And they're so concerned that they're putting out polls showing Michelle Obama is leading in New Hampshire right now.
Yeah, well, of course. It's like, it means nothing. It means nothing.
We have to tell Stephen Moore she's not going to run. Remember the bet you and Stephen Moore have?
Yeah. But then everybody...
Stephen Moore thinks he has an inside source that says Michelle's going to be the sleeper cell and she's going to come out and run for president.
It's not going to happen. And, oh, by the way, there's good reason for them to be concerned. A survey in Iowa right now, this is not exactly the height of Trump's popularity. He's taken on some water over the last couple of weeks. Emerson polling finds two things in Iowa among, first and state caucus goers.
Yeah.
Just 7% consider impeachment the most important issue, compared to 33% who list the economy. Even among Democrats, impeachment doesn't push through. The top issue is health care, then the economy, and then the environment. And what are the Democrats? This is why you had Democrats on stage on, what was it, Wednesday night, Tuesday night? I don't know. All the days run together.
Any day that ends in Y.
That's why you had some of that, including Bernie Sanders. Even as they're calling him the most corrupt president in history and waylaying him. This is, our constitutional duty. It's America's honors at stake. All of the high-minded rhetoric about impeachment in terms of defending what they're doing. But there were also several candidates issuing those cautionary notes. We can't make it all about impeachment. Let me tell you something. Those campaigns are seeing the same polling that I'm reporting to you right here that Emerson polling put out. And also head-to-head matchups right now in Iowa. They're close, but Trump is narrowly edging both Biden and Warren. That's right now. And those are just snapshots in time. They don't mean a lot other than just give you, like I said, the snapshot in time. But it's interesting nonetheless. And Joe Biden is still trying to unwind Hunter from the campaign. Hunter enlisted his better half, as it were.
Her name's Melissa Cohen. She's 32 years old. He's 49. And they got married, Dan, after meeting. They got married after they met for 6 days.
Well, she's very much involved in his business interests now. She has some perspectives on the political swirl around Hunter and his dad, Joe. And here's what she had to say.
I would call it the honeymoon phase, definitely. Although I have an inclination that I'm going to be in the honeymoon phase for a very long time. He's a wonderful person. I don't know anyone who doesn't love Hunter, who knows him. He has a heart of gold.
I give this marriage 6 months.
I don't know.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment.
They sound very much in love to me.
Oh, yeah.
No, we don't worry that much. I think we laugh a lot more
We
than
just
we
laugh
worry.
and laugh and laugh.
And we try and stay in a very positive light.
Well, when she met Hunter Biden, she was living with somebody else. And then once they got married on the rooftop of her building, and they had very simple rings, 2 little gold bands.
Were you
then
at the wedding?
He got a shalom tattoo on his left bicep like she has on hers. Then she moved out from her boyfriend's house to move in with him.
Yeah, well, how
they
could you
co-
resist that heart of gold that she talked about? She also, on the question of Hunter in Ukraine, possible investigation, she welcomes it.
Bring it.
So you'd welcome an investigation because...
Sure, why not? I mean, nothing's going to change. I mean, I think it would probably be a waste of taxpayers' money.
Oh,
but if
sure.
it would bring peace of mind to whoever needs peace of mind brought to this, I know we have peace of mind. We're okay. We live in truth.
We live in truth. So liberal gobbledygook. Did you see her eyes though too during the interview? She's very squirrely, looking around. We live the truth. And is that what South Africans sound like? I never hang out with any South Africans.
Yes, that is. You've never heard one?
Well, I'm sure maybe.
It's a South African accent.
Okay, yeah. Well, how long do you give these 2 kids, huh?
I don't know. I mean, I found the 2 of them just delightful. I think it was the living in truth that shone through for me. I also do appreciate that they have peace of mind. Just the same way I appreciate that Joe Biden has given everybody a clean bill of health on this. So, I mean, look, if they have peace of mind and Joe says there's nothing to see here, then who are we to question it? I mean, I think if there's one thing we've learned over the 40 years of Joe Biden in public life, you take the guy at his word, or you take him at Neil Kinnock's word when he plagiarized.
Well, Joe Biden wasn't present for his son's wedding, but he called his dad and he said, I called my dad and said that we just got married. He was on speaker and he said to her, thank you for giving my son the courage to love again. A tearful Hunter said. And he said to me, honey, I knew that when you found love again that I'd get you back. And my reply was, Dad, I always had love in my heart. I just couldn't find it until now.
That is an actual transcript from a Courtship of Eddie's Father episode.
Yeah.
That's an actual, that never happened. He's reading from the episode script of an Eddie's Courtship of Eddie's Father.
They met May 15th and got married the next day. Woo! I wonder if she's jealous of the relationship Hunter has with his dad. Who do you love more, Hunter, your dad or your new wife?
A dad would ever say to his son's wife, thank you for giving my son the courage to love again?
Yeah.
Is this a daytime soap? No adult male talks like that.
That's what he told the New Yorker.
George in Libertyville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
You know what you should have said in that interview? I fell in love with him as soon as I heard he had a Chinese $1.5 billion bill in his pocket.
Yeah. He looks hot standing on that
Good
stack
Lord.
of cash, huh? Anybody does.
Okay.
Their abs are, tighter. It works for them.
That's 1.5 billion to the fund. It's not a check to Hunter. He has 10% stake in the company, just for the.
But he made
particulars.
$50,000 a month on that.
I'm aware he's doing
Right.
well because his last name is Biden. Yes. Yeah, we got that. He even had to admit that.
Yes, he did.
Ed in Oak Brook.
Hunter and his new wife should be happy. They obviously didn't earn a dime of whatever money he did get. But, having said that, I don't think the kid broke any laws. It's his father that gave him all of this opportunity by selling out us to the Chinese and also the Ukrainians. So I don't know why they're picking on Hunter. What law did he break, Dan?
I don't know. I don't know what. Well, yes, right. So he's the recipient of all of that cash over multiple years from a gas company in Ukraine that even several members of the Ukrainian parliament call corrupt. So I don't know if he broke any laws, but it'd be interesting to find out, wouldn't it?
Oh my God, would it be interesting to find
Yeah,
out? But
that's the point.
Will we ever find out? You know what? And that's another thing. This Department of Justice moves so slow, and it seems so obvious that these people are breaking laws left and right. Where are the midnight raids on these people? I don't see them. I don't hear about it. It's so disturbing out here in the field.
Thanks, Ed. Chip in St. Charles.
I think Hunter Biden's wife should be a candidate for the Democrats for president of the United States. After what I just heard from her, she sounds more interesting than the rest of the candidates I've seen up on the debate stage. Anyway,
No, she can't.
I
She's
think it
not
would
an
put
American
it would make the whole thing a lot more interesting, a lot more fun to watch.
Yeah, she's not a natural born citizen.
Not a natural born citizen.
Yeah,
Excuse
sorry,
me.
Chip. Sorry about
She is
that.
easy on the eyes, but again, she's shifty, a little squirrely. I don't trust her. Eyes are moving up and down all around. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So how long do you give it?
I don't
I mean, he
know.
did just recently break up with his brother's widow after the crack binge. So,
Well, I hope she's able to keep Hunter on the straight and narrow, and the only drug that he's hooked on from here on out is love.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Want your home's furnace to stay safe and reliable? And want to prevent any potential problems before they happen? At your local 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning, we recommend an annual furnace inspection and tune-up. Right now, get big savings on a furnace tune-up. Call 855-1-HOUR. Because not taking care of your furnace, that's just cold.
Your comfort is just a call away. Call 1 Hour.
Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. Independently owned and operated. Licensed in the respective state or county.
hey, our listeners have helped build MyPillow into the amazing company it is today, and now Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, is giving back to the listeners. You can get deep discounts on all MyPillow products by going to MyPillow.com and clicking on the new radio listener special box and type in Amy. I love MyPillow. I love the Go Anywhere MyPillow. If you don't have one of those, get one, because even when you travel, this is what Mike Lindell told me, you can put the Go Anywhere pillow on top of your hotel pillow, and it's like you're at home. MyPillow.com is the place to go. You can also get a whole body pillow, which is regularly $89.99, but with promo code Amy, it's only $29.99. All products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a 10-year warranty. So go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special box, and get deep discounts on all products, including MyPillows for only $29.99. 30% off those mattress toppers and those great Giza cotton sheets. Go to MyPillow.com, promo code Amy, or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201, and tell them Amy sent you.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions.
If you run a small business, saving up to 30% on your workers' comp insurance is a big deal. That's why you need to check your rate at PieInsurance.com. Pie Insurance makes workers' comp a no-brainer with an easy online experience and outstanding service. At Pie, we protect your business and your employees and could save you up to 30%. Check your rate online today and see how much you can save at PieInsurance.com. That's PIEinsurance.com.
Believe it or not, the calendar says October. Yes, fall has arrived. Leaves are starting to fall. Maybe you're starting to feel like your energy level fall. Maybe you're having trouble sleeping, or maybe you have seasonal allergies. Here's what I do know. You are not getting enough fruits and veggies in your diet. And it's time to get healthy now before the holiday season begins. Do it now. Start taking Balance of Nature. With just 6 capsules of Balance of Nature, you're getting 10 servings of 31 different fruits and veggies. No preservatives, no dyes, no additives, all natural. And you hear stories right here on this station about how people's lives have dramatically changed by taking Balance of Nature. And the next story could be yours. But you've got to order Balance of Nature today. Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself with a 35% discount and free shipping on your first preferred order of Balance of Nature. This offer may end anytime, so do not wait. Call now to start Dr. Howard's Health Challenge. Yes, call 800-246-8751 to ask about Dr. Howard's Health Challenge. 800-246-8751. Use discount code Chicago or go to balanceofnature.com, discount code Chicago.
Hey everyone, Ken here. For 2 years now, you've heard Carrie and I use metaphors to test to see if you think your home or your business could use a revenue shot in the backside. Today, because of our new website, I can be a little bit more direct. Income Store has 2 doors. If you have more time than money, you're going to live under door number 1. You're going to see over 400 digital assets, 5 to 20 minutes apiece, that'll teach you how to manage numbers and lead people, or show you 6 growth tips you've never heard of. All of this so you can start growing your home or your business revenue literally immediately. If you have more money than time, door number 2 is going to be for you. You can view some of our managed services, look for more done-for-you packages. 34% of Americans in 2018 visited one of our managed services. Forbes 3 years in a row quoted, Income Store is an expert at generating home or business revenue. If you'd love to explore how to check out adding revenue to your home or business, just go to incomestore.com. That's incomestore.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
So Reason.com's Remy.
Yeah.
This guy is always good. His latest rap video on digging up tweets to discredit. Think Carson King in Iowa, right?
Oh, yeah.
Trudeau denies the report. Ed, sounds like a rough week for Canada's first black prime minister. Thanks, Tim. A problem long posed, now finally an answer. A cure has been found to a rare form of cancer. We'll tell you who found it, what he thinks this means, and dig up some tweets from his early teens. Plus, the Good Samaritan whose quickness and breath saved a family of 4 from a fiery death. We'll ask how he did it, how he made it in time, and why he tweeted this back in 2009. Ed? Yes, Tim. Forgive the defiance, but I think we should focus on the news part, the science, and not what they tweeted back when they were 10. The science. I'll try it again. Archaeologists have unearthed a series of tweets made by this local hero when he was 13. Will this middle school tweet soon mean his demise? Our report just might win the Pulitzer Prize. Pulitzer Prize in what? Scrolling down? We found immature things immature people wrote down. Our country's at war, and that's the story we sought? War coverage, yes. I'll give it a shot. This Navy SEAL unit is now under fire for a series of tweets. We'll take our magnifier and pay no attention to how their recent life's been. Tell you what you should think that says about them. Says about them? What's it say about us? That the first thing we do after someone's disgust is comb through their childhood looking for dirt. Okay, I can do this. I assure you, I'm cured. Well, she's the first woman to serve on the board of our town city council. She just signed an accord. We'll comb through the details of what she did right and through years of her tweets in hopes of wrecking her life. Okay, see, I hate this. This is just what we do. Make things controversial for clicks and for views. When we're covering news, should our first thought each time be, let's find what they tweeted back when they were 9? Finally, millions can now walk thanks to his prosthesis. But a hateful hand signal when he was a fetus leads many to now question what he promotes. We'll toss him in a well and see if he floats.
Wow.
That's awesome. Really, really good. I tweeted it out at Dan Prof, but you got to follow Remy at Reason.com, too. He always does good work, entertaining and good work.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Speaking of topics we should be talking about, not tweets from 10-year-olds, Christian Caruso, a Venezuelan writer documenting life under socialism down in Caracas at 6:36.
And why Chicago's top cop called an investigation on himself, and later Kelly crushed it. We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
38 degrees. Fighting has apparently resumed in spots along the Syrian-Turkish border this morning after Turkey agreed to a ceasefire in its attack on the Kurds. President Donald Trump praised the work to get that ceasefire between the U.S. and Turkey and Syria.
We made a deal that's, I think, in the best interests of civilization. It's beyond Turkey and beyond Syria and beyond all of the countries that could have been involved in a disastrous war.
Ceasefire announced yesterday after meetings between Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and Vice President Mike Pence. Much of the Gulf Coast under a tropical storm warning today. Nestor is brewing in the Gulf. The son of a former drug lord, Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, free from police custody after fierce gun battles in the western Mexican city of Culiacan. Ovidio Guzman was briefly detained by Mexican security forces in the city that's the hub of El Chapo's Sinaloa cartel. Chicago public schools canceled again today after teachers walked off the job, the strike entering day 2. Chicago's top cop calling for an internal investigation on himself after officers found him asleep at the wheel of his parked vehicle close to his home. Superintendent Eddie Johnson says he failed to take new prescription blood pressure medication that may have led to him pulling over and then falling asleep. Chicago sports. Bulls close out the NBA preseason with a 111-93 win over the Hawks at the UC. Blackhawks host the Blue Jackets later tonight. College football, our NIU Huskies are at Miami of Ohio with a 1:30 kick time on AM 560 tomorrow. The news is a service of Allstate. With an Allstate agent, you get a local expert and help finding the best coverage for you. And because they live in your community, you can always count on them to be there when you need them most. Plus, when you bundle home and auto, you can save. So call your local Allstate agent today. Are you in good hands? 6:34, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
With all the noise and political spin of the news cycle, it's easy for the things that really matter to get lost. Sources with knowledge cuts through all the clutter to bring you biting commentary on the week's events. This Sunday at 3 p.m., your hosts Eric Cohn and Joe Kaiser bring you insight on politics and policy, as well as culture, sports, food, and everything else you need so you can understand what's happened this week. It's Sources with Knowledge this Sunday at 3 p.m. right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Improving your home? Why not make it easy? Don't miss the free Home and Garden Show this weekend only at the Lake County Fairgrounds in Grays Lake. Find the ultimate in savings and convenience with thousands of the latest home products and services for the freshest ideas to remodel, repair, and beautify your home, inside and out. Get trusted advice on your upcoming projects as you speak with local and national experts who will help you with all your home improvement needs. And be sure to attend the free expert seminars and see live product demonstrations all weekend. Create an outdoor oasis with the latest in pools and hot tubs by P&W Spas. The finest in outdoor furniture from By the Yard. Then top it off with custom metal palm trees by Designer Palms. Plus, see the latest technology in robotic mowers and snowblowers. From interiors to exteriors, from decor to outdoor. You'll find it all at the Home and Garden Show this weekend at the Lake County Fairgrounds in Grays Lake with free admission and free parking. For details, visit LakeCountyHomeshow.com. That's LakeCountyHomeshow.com.
Folks, when shopping for a home mortgage, how much is great service, low closing costs, and competitive interest rates worth to you? At Townstone Financial, it's priceless. Hi, Barry Sterner, founder of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
My wife and I were buying a new home. We had talked to a few different lenders, really had a very impersonal experience. Most of them just quoted us rates, never followed up. In comparison, Townstone, our mortgage broker, Zach, were amazing. They really helped us understand the mortgage process and made sure that we knew exactly how much we could borrow, how to best borrow it, and really found the solution that was a fit for our financial situation.
Remember, nobody values your home mortgage business more than Townstone. I guarantee it, and I own the company. So call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2110. That's 312-896-2110. Or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financials, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois, mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639, equal housing lender.
Blue Emu supports healthy muscles and joints. Blue Emu works fast and you won't stink.
6:36 and an update on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Northbound Tri-State traffic is heavy from 95th Street to the 83rd Street Toll Plaza and from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis. The other Illinois tollways look good. There's slow traffic on the Indiana Toll Road in both directions in Hammond and East Chicago. The road work in the left lane. The Edens runs 22 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. The Kennedy, 31 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, 10 from Montrose, 8 in the Express. The Eisenhower, it's 36 minutes, 390 to downtown. Stevenson, 44 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to Loop. I-57, 16 minutes, I-80 to the Verge, Bishopport, 19. We'll have traffic tonight in Evanston for the Northwestern Ohio State game. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next in our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center, partly sunny. We'll top out at 60 today, partly cloudy, 47 overnight. Passing shower in the afternoon tomorrow with a high of 64. Tomorrow night, 46. Partly sunny on Sunday with a high of 64. Currently 38. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the IRS Radio Hour with Stephen Leahy. Every Sunday afternoon at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer
I am told this is a garbage disposal.
on AM 560.
It is terrifying. I don't know what its purpose is.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Speaking of socialists, AOC, one of her fellow socialist Spice Girls denying that she endorsed Comrade Bernie for president.
Ooh, which one?
Rashida Tlaib contradicting Ilhan Omar's statement that the squad was fully behind Bernie Sanders, Bolshevik Bernie, and the squad.
Yeah, they're going to be with him this weekend. Their big announcement, Bernie and the Spice Girls.
Tlaib saying this week, no, she's invited him to Detroit, but she has not made an endorsement yet. So it seems like Rashida Tlaib could turn out to be the Yoko Ono of the Socialist Spice Girls. A little concerned about that for Bolshevik Bernie. But the topic of socialism, given the competition for the Democrat Socialist nomination, with Bernie and Elizabeth Warren representing a substantial plurality of Democrat primary support right now, should we revisit Venezuela again? I think we should. I know that they suggest it's just going to be their socialism, the Democrat socialists. It'll be like Scandinavia. First of all, their comparisons don't hold up under scrutiny. Sweden is a lot more of a hybrid country than they want you to believe. For example, school choice, something that the socialists here don't support, as you know. But how the good intentions wind up 2 decades in of the Chavezian Bolivarian revolution in Venezuela, to help us understand that, maybe take away some lessons for application and discussion here. We're pleased to be joined by Christian Caruso, Venezuelan writer who documents life under socialism in Venezuela, written a piece in Breitbart, My Socialist Hell, 20 Years of Decay in Venezuela. Christian, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Ann. How are you?
Good. And you describe yourself after 20 years under socialism in Venezuela as no longer a citizen of Venezuela, but a survivor of Venezuela. Explain.
Yes, exactly. Because here's the thing. This whole regime, Chavez took power when I was 11 years old. It's basically, they have been in power for 2/3 of my life. That's all I've known for the past 20 years. It's just Chavez and now Maduro in power. And when I say we are no longer citizens but rather survivors, it's because over the course of these years, each step they have taken to implement socialism has affected our lives in such a way that everything you took for granted, it's just gone. I mean, for example, everything is just in such an utter state of decay, from health, public utilities, food, that you just have to adapt your life in a way that you have to survive. You have to make things that you thought you shouldn't be supposed to do in order to survive. You have to deal with power ratios that you can spend up to 18 hours without power per day. You have to deal with shortages of water. There's places in Venezuela where they only get water, let's say 1 or 2 days every 3 months. Oh. Yes, you have to deal with shortages of food and medicine. There have been periods in our life where we could only buy a certain amount of items on a specific days, depending on our ID number, and using our fingerprints as proof that we haven't purchased yet.
So the pictures that we see of, desperate people scavenging through garbage trucks and garbage cans to find food for their families, how prevalent is that?
I mean, I don't need to walk too far from my home to see that every day, to see people, even children. This is the most soul-crushing thing you can see. Children just looking for scavenging through garbage bags, trying to find something to eat.
One of the questions I think people have, too, is why can't people get out? Why can't you get out? Why can't families get out? If not to America, then to just about any place it sounds like would provide a better environment. What prevents that?
Well, it's usually a financial thing. It's not that. It's like the doors are open for us to leave. Thankfully, they remain open. Hopefully, because I'm actively trying to flee this place. But it's more of a financial thing, and you don't have the resources to escape. People basically earn less than $10 per month here.
Per month?
So that per month. Our minimum wage has been raised like 40 something times. I honestly lost track of how many times over the past 19 years. And up until last week, the minimum wage, which is what most wages are based around, was set to be around $2 per month. So that doesn't give you too much of a budget to prepare and flee. Nonetheless, people are desperately fleeing the country through whatever means necessary, which is why more than 10% of our population has already fled over the past years.
What about the church in Venezuela? It's mostly a Catholic country.
Yes.
Has the church been completely absorbed by the state? Are there clergy who are socialists? I'm not going to mention any popes by name in South America that are maybe rethinking their views based on what's happened in Venezuela.
Well, in the case of Venezuela, the state hasn't absorbed the church yet. They don't have the best of relationships either. But it's kind of rocky, Nonetheless, the government has a handful of priests and clerics that they try to use to spread their propaganda, but it's not that as effective.
So are the clergy, Catholic priests, are they generally supportive, or are they voicing opposition to and criticism of Maduro?
They try to stay neutral, quote unquote, but you can when you go to church, you go to mass, you can obviate the fact that the country is in such a dire state. But the top clergy, the Episcopal court, the top, sorry, I forgot the word, the top groups of the church, they aren't openly against the government, but they show their criticism.
Where's the Dietrich Bonhoeffers when you need them? But okay, all right.
So what are the chances? What are the chances of getting Maduro out of office?
Well, we've been trying for the past times. Our last card right now seems to be Juan Guaido's interim presidency, but the thing is that it's been a few months and he hasn't showed that much when it comes to results. Things are actually worsened ever since that whole crisis started.
Yeah, with respect to Guaido, right? We had that moment in the spring where you even had President Trump, this country's government, to talk about Guaido should replace Maduro, encouraging people to defect away from Maduro to Guaido. There was reports that some of the military, that control of the military was very much in question. There were senior military officers that were defecting from Maduro to Guaido. What happened?
Well, according to hearsay, some key people backed out at the last moment. That was back in April.
So and
is he still alive? I mean,
yeah.
I mean, you've seen it. Oh, just making sure. You never know.
And the protesting and the energy behind protesting the Maduro administration and trying to organize the opposition, as it were.
Well, that kind of spirit, that protesting spirit, it has waned again because it's happened a few times in the past. The thing is that the opposition doesn't know how to capitalize on that momentum. We had a huge surge with Guaido. We had protests again back in earlier this year, but the opposition has once again waned when it comes to performing actions here.
One of the interesting things that you mentioned in your piece that I referenced, the eyes of Chavez. What are the eyes of Chavez?
Well, the eyes of Chavez, there's a picture there in the Breitbart article. When back in the 2012 presidential campaign, when Chavez was suffering from cancer, they tried to mystify him, to make him, higher than you and higher than thou. And one of the ways was to use symbols. The symbols being in this case his signature and his eyes. Somebody took his eyes. They made a whole brand of it, like a stencil. And that now that Chavez has passed away, his eyes has become some sort of symbol, like an all-seeing eye. That Chavez is there watching you. You cannot go against his legacy because he's watching you. Everything you do is his eyes are on you. The same way with his signature. His signature is like his approval that this is his work, this is his legacy. So when the government gives you a free housing, which you don't actually get to own because the state owns it, you can pretty much expect his eyes plastered all over the building or his signature somewhere.
That's
it's
really
it's
fascinating.
amazing. Besides being a writer, what else do you do to generate income to support your family and to eat?
Well, it's a funny story because this whole thing started because I made an innocent tweet about making more money playing video games than actually working in a real job, given all the circumstances that were happening here.
You can make a lot of money there.
It's actually it's sad because my mom had like 6 medical specialties, and yet, in spite of that, I was making more money by playing video games than her. She was a medical professional.
How do you explain how you got from what Venezuela was 30 years ago to what it became under Chavez and now what it is under Maduro? What sort of the cultural mentality about government and freedom in Venezuela?
Okay, Chavez, the thing is that Chavez got into power because he played his cards well. We never been entirely capitalistic in the normal definition of the term. We were more of a social democracy, which is kind of what Bernie and AOC talk about, democratic socialism and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And for a time it worked. It worked for us. But after 40 years of that, it started to wear down, and things weren't exactly the best here in the 90s. But they were still way better compared to what we have today. And then Chavez tried to capitalize on that sentiment, and that people were disheartened by the system, and he proposed a new alternative, and blah blah blah. And he basically tricked everyone because he said he would only need to be one term. He only needed one term to be in power to fix everything, and then he started changing the constitution. He started changing the laws. And then he removed presidential term limits, and it just snowballed from there.
And now you're in a situation where everybody is kept in check, docile to some extent, by the Fatherland Card program.
Yes.
Explain
that. The Fatherland program is kind of like China's social credit system. It's largely inspired by them. You get assigned a new type of card, which has a QR code and all the fancy bells and whistles, all the technology behind it. And all of the government social programs, which a lot of the majority of the people, given the circumstances that you don't have money, you don't have access to health, you don't have access to food or medicine and anything, a lot of people rely on their programs. So that's a way to keep them in check, because if you refuse to fall in line, if you go against them, then if you don't get the Fatherland ID card, then you won't be able to get their food, subsidized food programs. And now they're trying to make it so that you need to pay your utilities and everything through that system. And that system holds an absolutely dangerous amount of information about you and your family.
Are you in danger for speaking to us? I mean, is anything going to happen? Are they listening? Is your government listening to this?
Well, I've taken my precautions, hopefully. I should be saying. There are things I can't openly say, and there are things I can't openly even say on social media, because I would be facing up to 20 years in prison due to the hate speech laws that they put in place here.
Yeah, hate speech laws.
There we go.
You can't.
Now you're treading.
Hate speech becomes a criticism of the government is now hate speech, right?
Yes, I mentioned in that article, I mentioned a famous case. There was a few firemen who they their fire station was such a mess, such a disaster due to the lack of funding and lack of resources, that they invited a donkey, Maduro, and it gets a bit lost in translation, but there was a play of words calling Maduro a donkey, given his last name. So they invited a donkey and they made it seem like he was Maduro. And it was a playful joke. Hey, Mr. President, hey, come look at our station. Look, we don't have the tools. We don't have the trucks. We don't have tires for the trucks. We don't have our uniforms. We don't have. But look, we are progressing. This is socialism. Blah blah. It was an innocent video. I mean, in any part of the world, it would be an innocent video. And the guy all those firemen got arrested because of they were inciting hate.
Yes. Yeah, it turns out that dictators don't have much of a sense of humor. Yeah. What's the attitude towards America? Because I know Maduro and Chavez before him, one of the ways to sort of gaslight the people is just to say, we're in this eternal struggle against the evil capitalist America, right?
Yes, that's something that they took from Castro and Cuba. Everything, and if you ask somebody from the government, everything and absolutely anything in this world and in this life, it's America's fault. It's the evil U.S. empire. It's the imperialism. It used to be Obama. It used to be Bush. Now it's Trump. It doesn't matter who the president is. It's always the evil America's fault. No, it's always their fault.
He is. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's been like that since, around 2005, 2006. The rhetoric became, it was dialed to 11. And that's the thing. They will never admit their mistakes or flaws. It's easier for them to say it's America's fault.
And just the last note then on that is, what's your message to those that are, especially younger people, that find AOC and her colleagues and Bernie Sanders so attractive?
Look, I understand that they're young and maybe they have a necessity to rebel. Let's try socialism. Let's make the world a better place. That's the same lie that was sold to us. I was very young. I was only 11 when this whole thing started. I have lived through it all my life. I am now close to 32, and this, I look back and I see what we used to be, what we used to have, and all the things we've lost over these past years. And I wouldn't wish this to anyone. And I don't see why would somebody want this when there's been so many examples of this system failing. It inevitably fails. Everything is fine and happy for the first time because, oh my God, look, we're having free this and free that and so and so. But nothing in life is free, unfortunately. And a lot of people have paid a high cost to socialism, to this collapse of the system. I lost my mom a year and a half ago to cancer because we could never find a chemo for her in this country due to the shortages.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Christian Caruso, Venezuela writer. Also, you're taking care of your younger brother, who I understand from your piece has a mental health condition. So good luck to you, your brother, your family. I hope you guys find a way out.
Yes, I'm trying to tangle around the maze of bureaucracy to get out because it's tricky because I have to take care of my brother, and legally when it comes to migrating, you can usually take your son or your spouse, but he's not my son, he's my brother, and he's over 21, so that kind of complicates things. I've been trying for the past year and a half. It's the last thing I promised my mom. I promised my mom that my brother will have a happy life, a normal life, and that's what I've been actively working towards.
Well, our prayers are with you, and good luck.
For sure. Christian Caruso, and thank you for documenting this so people hear this story and can understand what the hell's going on down there and what we should avoid.
There's actually more pieces coming on the way, so please look forward to them.
Well, we do. Thank you so much, Christian Caruso. Appreciate it.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The Lou Dobbs Financial Report is brought to you by Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Visit signaturebank.bank for your commercial banking needs.
Balance of Nature, changing the world one life at a time.
I've been taking them consistently over a reasonable period of time,
I feel different. I walk differently. I think differently. And it's been gradual, but it makes me wonder, like, man, I was in rough shape. I think this is going to be my super weapon against, my usual miseries in the winter. That's why this is so exciting. And it's easy. I don't have to do anything. I just swallow with complete confidence. And then I feel better. It's amazing, truly. It seems like a little thing, but it's definitely, it's life-changing, no question about it.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Balance of Nature is now offering a 35% discount and free shipping on your first preferred order of Balance of Nature. This offer may end at any time, so don't wait to start Dr. Howard's Health Challenge. Call 800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
By the way, after talking to Christian Caruso, how disgraceful is that Chicago Teachers Union delegation that went down to Venezuela to pray Maduro? How disgusting are those people that you see on strike right now?
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Brett Baer at 7:07.
But now let's head into the newsroom. News here at home and around the world. The one, the only. Here is Mike Scott.
Fox with the very latest on the Syrian situation along the border with Turkey in just a moment. Meantime, CPS teachers enter day 2 of their strike, and Chicago's top cop found asleep in a parked vehicle. Partly sunny in your forecast for today. WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
The bombing hasn't stopped in Syria. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's shelling caught on video from a distance around a border town the day after the U.S. and Turkey announced a temporary ceasefire.
We have confirmed reports today that Turkish shellings are renewed, and there are reports of civilian casualties. New images do show black smoke rising from several Kurdish-controlled areas just hours ago. The agreed-upon 5-day pause in fighting, if it were to hold, would turn into a permanent agreement if the United States is able to convince the Kurds to retreat from a safe zone Turkey is trying to create along its border.
As Fox's Trey Yingsten, Turkey. Many in Congress blame President Trump for this fighting by pulling U.S. forces back, but he told a rally last night in Texas the ceasefire will work.
Turkey's going to be happy. The Kurds are going to be happy. ISIS is going to be unhappy.
The president also called Democrats crazy and their impeachment inquiry ridiculous.
I have people getting subpoenas I never heard of. I said, who are those people? Never saw anything like it. It's a disgrace what they're doing to our country.
Now, Democrats claim he violated his oath of office, asking Ukraine to investigate Joe Biden for political reasons. And someone else Democrats want information from is leaving the president's cabinet. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, Rick Perry submitted his resignation as Energy Secretary yesterday. It's unclear exactly when he will leave, but President Trump says it will probably be before the end of the year. This as Perry faces a deadline today to hand over documents related to Ukraine to House committees conducting the impeachment inquiry. Ambassador to the EU, Gordon Sondland, told lawmakers that President Trump directed Perry to work with his personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, on Ukraine investigations. Dave?
Rachel, a system in the Gulf that might grow into Tropical Storm Nestor is forecast to affect areas from Louisiana over to Florida up into Georgia this weekend. Ahead of that, today in New Orleans, crews plan to explode 2 huge cranes, damaging a deadly hotel site construction collapse last weekend. It's feared wind from the storm could have the cranes tumble out of control. America's listening to Fox News.
38 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago Public Schools canceled again today as the teacher strike enters day 2. Thousands of educators hit picket lines yesterday after the CTU and city failed to reach a contract agreement. The union has rejected an offer of a 16% base pay hike over 5 years and is now asking for a 15% hike over 3. Chicago's top cop calling for an internal investigation on himself after officers found him asleep at the wheel of his parked vehicle near his home. Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson said yesterday he failed to take new prescription blood pressure medication. That led him to pulling over and falling asleep early yesterday near 34th and Aberdeen.
Someone called 911 and reported a person asleep at the stop sign. The responding officers did come. They checked on me and confirmed that I was able to continue on my way.
The 59-year-old Johnson underwent a kidney transplant in August of 2017. 2 are wounded after they were shot near a restaurant in Harvey. One of the victims this morning remains in critical condition, and police continue to investigate. Authorities are looking for a group of people wanted for shoplifting and robbing a woman at a North Suburban mall that happened at Northbrook Court in Northbrook Wednesday evening. Bulls close out the NBA preseason with a 111-93 win over the Hawks. Kobe White looked pretty good, 29 points. Blackhawks host the Blue Jackets tonight. Also tonight, Northwestern hosts number 4 Ohio State in Evanston. Tomorrow, our NIU Huskies with a 1:30 kick time on AM 560. The news service of Staples. Staples gives your business more for less. At Staples, you'll find the latest tech to help you work smarter, not harder. And right now, save up to $200 on select printers. Staples, for your business printing and beyond. Ends 11/2/19. While supplies last, exclusions apply. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager believes every society needs norms.
The notion that society can have norms is very important. And what the left does is chaos. They hate freedom and they hate order. Any society needs it, because when the guardrails are broken, there's chaos and bad things will happen.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Okay, forest animals, today is a new day. Kids are coming to the forest, and it's up to us to make their visit a good one. Sparrow.
Yes?
Have you practiced the most popular bird songs for the year?
Of course.
Catchy. I like it. Okay, River.
Dude.
How's the temperature?
It's a refreshing 52 degrees, man. Perfect for a little riverside shoeless relaxation.
Ah, good. Owl, you here? Course. Who's asking? I am. Look, you know the drill. Sleep during the day, scare the kids at night. Perfect. I love my job. Oak Tree?
What's up?
Still in the same place I left you last year. That's what I like. Consistency.
Well, it's not like I'm going anywhere for the next couple hundred years.
I know. I love it. Turtle.
He's not here yet, man.
He's late every morning. You'd think he would have learned by now to leave the night before our meetings. Okay. Squirrel. Has anybody seen Mr. Squirrel?
The forest has been preparing just for you. Visit a forest near you today. To learn more about cool things to do in the forest, visit discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Rick Blavelone, second-generation owner and CEO of Marketing Innovators and a customer of Signature Bank. Our family-run company was founded on the belief that connecting to people on a human level is the best way to build a great business. And when we were looking for a new bank, we didn't have to look far. We shared an office building with Signature Bank in Rosemont and quickly saw that they were truly locally owned and operated. That's why we partnered with Signature. And that relationship makes every business decision better and every communication clearer. Marketing Innovators looks forward to a long-lasting relationship with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
At Panera, get breakfast that's fast, not fast food. Try a new Chipotle chicken scrambled egg and avocado breakfast wrap and pair it with a premium freshly ground, freshly brewed coffee. All ready to go with the push of a button. Panera, food as it should be.
7:07 on AM 560, and that means it's time for a dry basement and a healthy home for you. Time to call Permaseal, 800-421-SEAL. AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here is Jim Telemonte.
In Aurora, Sullivan Road is closed between 25 and Mitchell after an overnight crash. Inbound Kennedy, delays start at Canfield. It's 51 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 20 from Montrose, 9 on the express lanes. Outbound 27 minutes downtown at the airport. Edens 24 minutes Lake Cook Junction, outbound 21. Eisenhower 40 minutes 390 to downtown, outbound 32. Stevenson, 54 minutes, 355 Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 17 minutes, 80 to the Verge, Bishop 420. Northbound Tri-State delays are 95th to 47th, and from the Reagan Tollway to Lawrence, northbound Veterans Memorial, it's heavy. I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. It's traffic. I'm Jim Telemonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center, meteorologist Steve Williams.
Times of clouds and sun today. It'll be a high of 60. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 47. Cloudy with a passing shower tomorrow afternoon, the high at 64. And then Sunday, a partly sunny day, the high again at 64. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
38 at O'Hare, next news 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Mortgage Update with Dan Frio. Every Saturday morning at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Boy, CNN wants this one really bad.
Oh, they have it. They claim they own it.
CNN and the New York Times really want this to turn into something that at least gives Democrats cover to vote to impeach President Trump in the House. The latest example of this, their stilted coverage of what transpired yesterday. The Chiron I'm looking at right now. Yeah. Ambassador, Trump ordered diplomats to work with Giuliani on Ukraine. That ambassador, Gordon Sondland, also said, I was never asked to, this is Kurt Volker, previously said, Kurt Volker, I was never asked to do anything that I thought was wrong, including by the United States president. That's Volker testifying on Wednesday, according to CBS News, even as it was concerned that the relationship was getting sucked into domestic political concerns, but never asked to do anything I considered wrong, including by the president. That's sort of a exculpatory statement, which is why Jim Jordan wants the full transcript of Kurt Volker's testimony released. Why not? And we're in the business of releasing transcripts these days, so why not have Kurt Volker's transcript released? Gordon Sondland saying the same thing exactly, essentially, the ambassador to Ukraine, even as they're sort of setting up Rudy G, perhaps, as the center of attention, and maybe deservedly so. It could have been that the president relied on Rudy G to his detriment, much like he did Michael Cohen for all of those years, but we'll see.
And Sondland was very relaxed when he was walking on the Capitol into his closed door hearing.
Why was it important for you to show up here today?
It's always important to show up when Congress calls.
Are you here to salvage your reputation, sir?
I don't have a reputation to salvage.
Okay, Ray Donovan. We were disappointed by the president's direction that we involved Giuliani, Sondland said. So there again, Giuliani, because he believed, relying on the Foreign Service officers and so on and so forth. But he suggested that while he disagreed with that, he followed it nonetheless. But he also doesn't see there and the call that he had with President Trump about any quid pro quo, as was recounted in those text exchanges with Bill Taylor, suggests the president told him there's no quid pro quo. So the president said there was no quid pro quo. The Ukrainian president, Zelensky, said there was no quid pro quo because he didn't even know the military aid was being withheld. So now they have to move on to Mick Mulvaney, who says there was a quid pro quo if you listen to CNN or the New York Times. But here's what Mick Mulvaney said, actually, in a rare briefing on the topic yesterday.
There's an ongoing investigation by our Department of Justice into the 2016 election. I can't remember the person's name. Durham, okay? That's an ongoing investigation, right? So you're saying that President of the United States, the chief law enforcement person, cannot ask somebody to cooperate with an ongoing public investigation into wrongdoing? That's just bizarre to me that you would think that you can't do that.
And so you would say that it's fine to ask about the DNC, but not about Biden. So Biden is running for the Democratic nomination, right? That's for 2020.
That's a hypothetical because that did not happen here. No, but I would ask you.
No. On the call, the president did ask about investigating the Bidens. Are you saying that the money that was held up that had nothing to do with Biden?
No, the money held up had absolutely nothing to do with Biden. There's no question, and that was the point I made to you.
And you're drawing a distinction. You're saying that it would be wrong.
Three factors. Again, I was involved with the process by which the money was held up temporarily. Okay, 3 issues for that: the corruption in the country, whether or not other countries were participating in the support of the Ukraine, and whether or not they were cooperating in an ongoing investigation with our Department of Justice. That's completely legitimate.
And it's basically a restatement of what the president has said to date. More on this and a couple of the other topics. We're pleased to be joined by our friend Bret Baier, Fox News anchor, host of Special Report, weekdays 5 p.m. Chicago time. The author of a new book, 3 Days at the Brink, FDR's Daring Gamble to Win World War II. It's being released October 22nd. And Bret Baier will return, like MacArthur, to Chicago.
Yes.
He'll be at the University Club on October 23rd at 7 p.m. And I have privileges at the University Club, Amy, so I'll take you as my guest if you want to go.
Oh, I can be your and one?
Yes.
Finally, I've waited 8 years.
You're welcome.
I have arrived.
Bret Baier, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll see you there.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, absolutely. Always good to have Bret in town. And University Club is dignified confines for a gentleman of Bret Baier's stature. So what about this reporting? I don't even know why we're talking about whether or not there was a quid pro quo, because Adam Schiff says you don't need one. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, listen, there's all kinds of parsing of not only the phone call, which we have the transcript, but what we are hearing about testimony behind closed doors, which we don't have the transcript, and the White House press briefing, which we all saw with our own eyes, and we have the transcript. So, it's almost like a Rorschach test. You look at it, and some people see different things. I will say, when Mulvaney went into the cul-de-sac of DNC corruption and whether the money was held up to that, pressed on that again by Jonathan Karl, he did a rhetorical dance that became a soundbite. And you're right to play the whole thing in context, but when playing the soundbite, it sure does sound like he says, that we do that quid pro quo all the time.
Well,
then he went on to say, get over it. I mean,
well, he said get over it because here he gave other examples. Look, when we said to the Northern Triangle countries, we're withholding a foreign aid to you unless you cooperate with us with respect to migrants coming from Central America up through Mexico to our border. Scott Adams tweeting yesterday on the announcement of the ceasefire between the Turks and the Kurds, if there actually is one, but nonetheless, Turkey is interfering with our elections by caving into Trump's extortion. So Trump says, I'm going to destroy your economy if you don't. Then there's a ceasefire. No foreign aid unless you help with migration. Then they help with migration, and then there's foreign aid. I mean, Mulvaney's point.
Dan, but none of those examples involve someone he's possibly running against. And they're trying to separate the Biden part of it. Well, it sounds great, but it is part of it. And on that call, he does talk about Biden and Hunter Biden and the prosecutor who was fired and the whole controversy of that. So you can take it and put it in a box on the side, but it is part of it.
Yeah, it's part of it.
And those examples don't have they don't have that aspect of
it. But Mulvaney tried to walk it back even last night after he made the statement. Right?
Yeah, he put out a statement. And, listen, you can, again, parse these words. Mulvaney is not the focus of the impeachment, but I guarantee you he's going to be called up now.
Yeah, right. No question. But I mean, the context, and going back to the transcript we do have, as you were suggesting, is still cooperate with DOJ and their 2016 look back.
Yeah, that's the first thing he says. And, a lot of people who are covering this thing leave out about 500 words between the two sentences. So, listen, the Democrats are trying to stay focused. They are trying to stay laser focused on this. They think the public understands it and why it's a problem. If a president held over a country's head foreign aid because he was trying to dig up dirt on an opponent, it's simple. It's a one-sentence thing. The problem is that they have a cornucopia of options. Now the president has thrown in the G7 at Doral, and it's, the Democrats are frothing over the top because they can't focus enough just on the Ukraine. They want to throw in emoluments and everything else.
Yeah, good luck. Keep making emoluments pithy enough to whip the public into a frenzy. Not that it should be dismissed out of hand, but I'm just saying, the problem is on all these topics, the Democrats are living in a glass house, including the guy they're rallying to defend right now, Joe Biden. I mean, the argument is some sort of personal enrichment through public office. Let me introduce you to the Clintons. Let me introduce you to the Bidens, right?
Yeah. So it's, don't throw stones in glass houses. But I think and it's unique in a president who has a business operation, as vast and kind of touching so many things as the Trumps did. I mean, the kids have had their own businesses prior to coming into public office with their father, and so it's a different animal than Hunter Biden starting a company that coincides with the trip on Air Force Two to China.
I want to switch gears a bit and talk a little bit about media. Your former colleague and friend Megyn Kelly made an appearance this week on your another colleague show, Tucker Carlson. We talked a little bit about what she had to say about media.
She crushed it. I mean, 4 million viewers. That's great.
Well, people are happy to see her back and hear what she had to say. And I thought some of her comments on media, not dissimilar to Matt Taibbi, some of his comments, Rolling Stone writer who is also a man of the left. And against the backdrop of ABC News this week confusing Kentucky for Syria, I thought her comments, Megyn Kelly's comments, were very interesting about the media. Where we've always known that the media, the DC press corps, is 90-10 left versus right, and just in terms of how they vote. But the difference over the last the last several years, most notably during Trump's presidency, is that the veneer has been stripped off, and now it's full-on activism. It's not just our leftist perspective on the world informs our coverage.
Yeah, I think she made a great point, and I thought it was great to see her on the air. The issue is that, and we've talked about it here before, every time somebody goes over their skis because they're emotionally somehow attached to what Donald Trump is doing, saying, tweeting, and that bleeds into your on-air coverage, then you lose, at least 40% of the country of thinking that you're covering it fairly. And at some point, it changed. And I don't know whether it was soon after the inauguration. At some point, it was like, forget it. Who cares? This is it. And some organizations have decided that that's the way to go. And I think that that's the wrong calculus if you're trying to present news to the entire country.
And as you see this play out, one of the things, going back to that ABC News example, confusing Kentucky for Syria, it's more than just, correction, we made a mistake. Cheryl Atkinson had a good piece on this, too. That demands more questions about process at ABC News.
How the heck did that happen?
Yeah, how did you? Where did the video come from? How did you make the decision to air it? What were the questions that were asked about the integrity of the video before you made the decision? I mean,
the writer and editor should be fired, and nothing has come out that they have been.
But the sort of the was it just we hope this is true, and so we're going to go with it and hope we don't have to ask for forgiveness? Is that the new standard? I mean, part of this is trying to figure out how these news organizations actually work without having to have James O'Keefe do undercover videos at all of them.
Yeah, and it's a fair point. I mean, if we make a mistake, we get out there right away and tell you how it happened, why it happened. ABC didn't do that.
Oh, I know.
And it was surprising, frankly. And obviously then you have the president tweeting about it, which takes on a different aspect. What happens is that when some news organizations do some things that make something look worse, it doesn't always. It never goes the other way. There's never a mistake that makes Trump look good.
Right.
It's always a mistake that makes him look bad. So then, when something happens and there is a mistake, but it goes that way, the president jumps on it, and it fuels his kind of fake news mantra that he uses sometimes for fake news, but sometimes for things he doesn't like about his administration.
But I mean, the Chiron too said slaughter in Syria, and it was a gun range in Kentucky where no one died. But just so you know, that gun range says business is up, Brett Baer, because of all this.
At least somebody got
I'm
something
sure.
out of it.
Yeah, no, they said thank you for all the free
I'm sure.
advertising, ABC News. We couldn't have paid for this.
Very exciting video on ABC.
Speaking of getting out over your skis, Trump's reaction to the announcement of the 5-day ceasefire yesterday, suggesting that this is something that people have been trying to achieve for a decade, and we've made it happen, and this is a great day for civilization, and so on and so forth. I mean, I think everybody's happy when people aren't killing each other, but a 5-day temporary ceasefire, perhaps a little bit out over his skis with respect to the importance of this and the how long it will actually last.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, Tuesday is the deadline. Erdogan does not have a great track record. The Turks are basically trying to move the Kurds out of this 20 miles quote-unquote safe zone, but it happens to be towns where the Kurds have lived. So it seems to me that Erdogan may have written The Art of the Deal at some point because he seems to have gotten a pretty good deal, at least so far. Now, anytime people aren't killing anybody, that is a good thing. But when the president said, sometimes you have to let them fight it out on the sandlot, it really was something, because we had Turkish planes bombing near U.S. soldiers. We had Kurdish allies who have helped us with ISIS getting killed. It's not exactly the sandlot. So
yeah,
I think that we'll see what happens on Tuesday. It's good to hear that they're not fighting now.
He is Bret Baier, Fox News anchor, special report, of course, weekdays, 5 p.m. Chicago time. The book, 3 Days at the Brink, FDR's Daring Gamble to Win World War II, released on October 22nd. Get it on Amazon. And you can hear Bret Baier and see Bret Baier at the University Club on October 23rd at 7 p.m. Bret Baier, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Okay. See you guys.
Take care.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Nothing speaks louder about an auto dealer than a happy customer. And at Joe Cotton Ford, they have many.
I had a 2001 Excursion, was about 6 months old. We got T-boned, $29,000 worth of damage, bent the frame. After a few months, got it back from you guys, and it actually drove and rode better than when I got it from the factory. Well, service visits are always top-notch. Your service department, starting with Dave and going down all your service riders, are just amazing.
Another reason why folks keep coming back to Joe Cotton Ford. It's Truck Month at Joe Cotton Ford. Get a great deal on an F-150, the best-selling truck for 42 straight years. Joe Cotton Ford has over 40 F-150s to choose from, with up to $15,000 off XLT crew cabs. All built Ford proud, built Ford tough. All incentives applied. Stock number T9205. Celebrate Truck Month at Joe Cotton Ford, Gary and North Avenue in Carroll Stream, or at joecottonford.com. joecottonford.com.
Since Mike Lindell is the owner and creator of MyPillow, he wants to give back to the listeners, and you can get deep discounts on all MyPillow products. And our very own Justin Kosick has a MyPillow, and you've been sleeping on it for how many nights now?
It's been about 5.
All right. What do you think?
I was a non-believer, and now I'm a believer.
Really? Did you put it in the washer and dryer? Remember I told you to fluff it up first for 10 minutes in the dryer?
I did. It was very nice and fluffy the first time I used it,
Okay.
and it still is very nice and fluffy.
Oh, good. Well, take it from Justin Kosick and myself and the other millions of MyPillow users who swear by the product. You can also get the Giza cotton sheets, which are lovely, the MyPillow mattress topper, and those pet beds that can also go in the washer and dryer when they get dirty. And you know they get dirty if you have a pet. So go to MyPillow.com, type Amy in the promo code. You can also get a whole body pillow that provides the perfect comfort and support for your whole body, regularly $89.99. But with promo code Amy, it's only $29.99. MyPillow.com, promo code Amy.
Varicose and spider veins. Wow. What a gift from my parents. They had them and I got them. And not only are they uncomfortable and sometimes painful, but I stopped wearing skirts and shorts because I was embarrassed and I really hated the way my legs looked. When my kids asked, "What are those things on your legs?" I was done. I finally went to Vein Clinics of America. The procedure took about an hour and I was right back to work. The staff made me feel so comfortable and the result, well, even my husband noticed. Vein Clinics of America has been treating vein disease for over 35 years. They're the largest and most experienced in the U.S. Look, I've been doing the commercials for Vein Clinics for years because I really believe in them, and you can trust them too. So stop hiding your legs. Vein Clinics of America accepts most major insurance plans. So call now to see if you qualify for a free consultation. Call 800-891-4900. 800-891-4900. That's 800-891-4900.
Balance of Nature. Changing the world, one life at a time.
And Balance of Nature for my energy and everything, it does make it much easier for me. I love it. I really, I tell everybody about it. And I love when they have the shows when the doctor speaks and all. So it really, it lifts your spirits too, knowing that there's somebody out there that really wants to help you and has come up with something this good. So I'm happy.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Balance of Nature is now offering a 35% discount and free shipping on your first preferred order of Balance of Nature. This offer may end at any time, so don't wait to start Dr. Howard's Health Challenge. Call 800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code CHICAGO.
Remember when you could pick up the phone and talk to a friendly voice for technical difficulties?
Yeah, now it's a help desk on the other side of the planet that knows nothing about my business and usually isn't much help at all.
I got stuck in a help chat room the other day, and it was endless back and forth. I don't think they ever really understood or cared about my issue.
It's tough to get great technical help these days. To find people that really care and invest in your success. That's what Turnkey IT does. And you can rely on them to take care of everything IT, as if they were right by your side, but without the expense of an in-house IT department. Get to know the local team members at Turnkey IT that continue to serve businesses just like yours, from 1 to 200 employees. A friendly face with a personal touch that's close by and believes your word really means something. For only $7.95 per month, you can have local IT help and forget about dealing with computer and network problems forever.
Leave the technical stuff to the pros so you can focus on the important things. Visit turnkey.pro today. Turnkey.pro.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
we'll talk to John Jay College of Criminal Justice professor Evan Mandery about what teaching ethics in Appalachia taught him about bridging America's partisan divide. That's at 7:37.
But now let's head straight into the newsroom. The one, the only. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. 38 degrees. Skies are clear. Fighting ongoing on the border between Syria and Turkey, where NBC's Richard Engel is this morning.
They had a home until 10 days ago when President Trump ordered U.S. forces to pull back from the border, effectively allowing the Turks to invade.
Now, Engel contends that Kurds are essentially losing part of the land where they lived under self-rule while helping the U.S. fight ISIS. Turkey says it intends to occupy an 18-mile buffer zone along the border. Acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney now insisting there was no quid pro quo over military aid.
So you're saying the President of the United States, the chief law enforcement person, cannot ask somebody to cooperate with an ongoing public investigation into wrongdoing? That's just bizarre to me that you would think that you can't do that.
Mulvaney took the position in a statement released hours after he sounded like he told reporters President Trump did hold up some $390 million in aid to Ukraine because he wanted investigations into possible political meddling. 2 passengers are critically hurt. A plane slides off a runway as it lands in Alaska's Aleutian Islands. Chicago Public Schools canceled again today as the teacher strike enters a second day. Thousands of educators hit picket lines and rallied outside of CPS headquarters last night. Chicago's police superintendent calling for an internal investigation on himself after officers found him asleep at the wheel of a parked vehicle near his home. Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson says he failed to take new prescription blood pressure medication, and that led him to pulling over and falling asleep early yesterday near 34th and Aberdeen. It's a good day for former Bulls. Luol Deng retiring as a Bull. Chicago signed the 2-time All-Star from South Sudan yesterday to a 1-day contract. He will retire as a Bull after being selected number 7 overall by the Bulls back in 2004. And Bulls Hall of Famer Michael Jordan is getting into the field of health. Jordan held a ribbon cutting yesterday for the first of 2 health clinics in Charlotte that he is paying for. Novat Medical Michael Jordan Family Clinic provides primary and preventative care to residents in low-income sections of Charlotte. Jordan gifting just over $7 million to that project. The Bulls close out the preseason with a win over the Hawks. Blackhawks host the Blue Jackets later tonight. Astros a win away from the World Series after an 8-3 win over the Yankees. And last night, the Chiefs blew out the Broncos in Thursday night football. The news service of Panera Bread. At Panera, get breakfast that's fast, not fast food. Try new Chipotle chicken scrambled egg and avocado breakfast wrap. Pair it with a premium, freshly ground, freshly brewed coffee, all ready to go with the push of a button. Panera, food as it should be. 7:33, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Did you miss the open enrollment this year? I can help you purchase a PPO health insurance plan at any time that eliminates the mandatory maternity coverage. This is Tom Marabali, your health insurance advocate and independent producer for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois and other carriers. If you're over 50 and are covered by the Affordable Care Act, you're paying for maternity coverage every month whether you want it or not. In Chicago, the least expensive PPO health insurance plan under the ACA will cost $572 per month with a total out-of-pocket cost of $7,900 before your bills are paid at 100%. I can show you how to eliminate the mandatory maternity coverage and lower your monthly premium to $278 per month with a total out-of-pocket cost of $2,500 before your bills are paid at 100%. That's a savings of $294 a month and over $5,000 with my lower deductible. For a free quote and to see if you qualify, call me, Tom Marabali, at 630-863-3477. That's 630-863-3477.
Want your home's furnace to stay safe and reliable? And want to prevent any potential problems before they happen? At your local 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning, we recommend an annual furnace inspection and tune-up. Right now, get big savings on a furnace tune-up. Call 855-1-HOUR. Because not taking care of your furnace, that's just cold.
Your comfort is just a call away. Call 1 Hour.
Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. Independently owned and operated. Licensed in the respective state or county.
It's time once again for Al and Marty. You know, Al, we were Chicagoland's first ever Ford Lincoln dealer.
We're also everybody's favorite dealer.
We are?
I took a very scientific poll.
A poll? Wow, that's amazing.
100% of the respondents favored us.
Wait, respondents?
Well, Bill in accounting, my daughters, your wife's a big fan, and, well, me.
You?
I think I'm fantastic.
I bet you do.
Island Park Ford Lincoln Superstore. Call 800-984-9000 or visit alanmarty.com.
This is Al and Marty. Deal with us.
Vein Clinics of America wants to know, when's the last time you felt comfortable in your own skin?
Are you kidding me? I haven't worn shorts in years.
Every summer, I'm the only guy on the beach wearing long pants.
Wearing slacks to hide my compression hose sure doesn't make me feel any younger.
Listen, you're not alone. Many men and women are embarrassed about their bulging varicose and spider veins, not to mention the pain and how uncomfortable they make you feel.
I would get home from work and my legs were swollen and throbbing.
Why deal with this any longer? Let Vein Clinics of America help you discover healthy, better-looking legs. For over 35 years, Vein Clinics of America has been the leading expert in the minimally invasive treatment of vein disease. Imagine wearing a swimsuit or shorts with confidence and getting back to normal activities. It's time to feel comfortable in your own skin again. VCA accepts most major insurance plans. Call now to see if you qualify for a free consultation. Call 800-891-4900. 800-891-4900. That's 800-891-4900.
Blue Emu supports healthy muscles and joints. Blue Emu works fast and you won't stink.
7:37 AM 560 traffic center time, and here is Jim Telemonte.
In Harvey, Dixie Highway is closed north of 159th to 155th after a car drove into a home. And Aurora Sullivan has reopened at 25 after an overnight crash. Tri-State northbound delays are from the 83rd Street toll to 47th and from the Reagan toll at Lawrence. Northbound Veterans Memorial is jammed. I-55 to the Reagan tollway. The other tollways are relatively light. Eden's 24 minutes, like Cook to the Junction. Kennedy 54 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. A little quicker than the Express. Eisenhower, 56 minutes, 390 to downtown. Stevenson, 54 minutes, 355 to the drive. Ryan, 30 minutes from 95th. I-57, 27 minutes, I-83rd, Mission 425. I'm Jim Alamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Partly sunny and 60 today. Right now we're starting out clear, 38 degrees at O'Hare. Your next news update is at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Retire Chicago. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 to Retire Chicago with John McNamara of McNamara Capital.
When you've got questions, he always has an answer. It's Sean Hannity, this afternoon at 2 on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Interesting piece in Politico. I mentioned the other day we didn't have time to delve into it, but we do now. What teaching ethics in Appalachia taught me about bridging America's partisan divide, Appalachia brought, sort of reintroduced to the political map last cycle. In 2016 I meant, with J.D. Vance's Hillbilly Elegy, surprise bestseller. And just the stories about the plight of middle-aged, poor white people in places in this country like Appalachia, who are actually seeing their life expectancy decline, even as we are the richest country the world has ever seen. And sort of the forgotten man, to borrow an Amity Schle's reference, too. So it's interesting that Professor Evan Mandry taught ethics in that community and has written about some of the lessons that he took away from his experience as an instructor there that may be instructive to our politics. We're pleased to be joined by John Jay College of Criminal Justice professor Evan Mandry. He's the author of A Wild Justice, The Death and Resurrection of Capital Punishment in America. Professor, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Evan is good. Thanks for having me. Good morning.
Thank you, Evan. So let's just start at the beginning because I like I like the question that you ask your students prior to getting into the sum and substance of the syllabus. What's that question you start class with?
I select somebody randomly, and if I say that I'm a tough grader and the class average will be a B minus, but everybody will get an A. They just have to point to someone to get an F.
So they have to designate someone to get an F?
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So then the class average goes up to a 3.9, but one person gets an undeserved F.
And how do the students react to this? A lot of people volunteer to single out somebody for the F.
I've never had somebody do it.
You've never had me as a student. I could pick out the F right out of the gate.
Like Sally in the back row, the girl in the green, she's the one.
Well, so and so you do that to impress upon the students what exactly?
I think we start. Well, first of all, it's just sort of an introduction to ethics, and I think we all have sort of an intuitive sense of fairness and that other people's interests matter. We don't just go, unless you're a sociopath, you don't just go through the life selfishly. And, it introduces some of the topics that we discuss in the course. We talk about utilitarianism as a framework. So it is, from a utilitarian standpoint, in terms of maximizing the overall class average, it would be justifiable, but nobody really thinks it's fair. It's just really a discussion starter.
Yeah, but I like the idea of discussing what's fair and the underlying qualities that determine something to be fair or unfair, because fairness is so much the watchword in our politics.
Mm-hmm. I think what's interesting is there's lots of social psychology research that backs this up, is that Republicans and Democrats agree on a lot more than they disagree about. Most people have a pretty shared sense of fairness. When you ask people opinions in a politically situated conflict, conversations can get derailed, but most people have gut senses of what's right and wrong that's shared.
So the John Jay College of Criminal Justice, that's in New York City. That's a big city. You were teaching at Appalachian State. That's not in a big city. How would you compare and contrast the students that you encountered at the two schools?
So I have 3 reference points. I was an undergraduate and a law student at Harvard, and I did a bunch of teaching when I was there. So that kind of is one extreme. I've taught at John Jay, which is about 75% of our students come from families making less than $30,000 a year, and it's extremely diverse. And then Appalachian State was remote. I mean, I heard your lead-in. I mean, I do think the students I taught weren't a representative sample of Appalachia. First of all, they're college students, so they've self-selected in some way, right? They're open to a certain type of experience. And, the very, very smart conservative kid who I spend a lot of time talking about in the article, he's exceptionally open-minded. I mean, he has his viewpoints, but, I can't say that that's, I don't have enough data to say that that's everybody, but the students, you asked me how the students compared, they were great. And basically, I've met very few students in my life that I didn't think were great. I mean, they're in college, they want to learn and they want to discuss ideas. And so, you can always have a good conversation.
Well, I mean, students at college, they want to learn and they want to discuss ideas. Maybe some of the coverage of what's happening on college campus is stilted, but there's a lot of academics who would disagree with that statement in terms of the environments that their college campuses have become. So, I mean, I'm not disputing that that's your experience and that that's great to hear. But there's a lot of suggestion that that is not evenly distributed throughout academia.
Yeah, I mean, I think the stories, I follow all the stories. I know what happened to Allison Stranger at Middlebury, and I've read about, Charles Murray, and I think those conflicts, and I say this as someone who's a lefty, I mean, I think liberal students are getting that wrong. Anytime somebody's acting to suppress speech, that's wrong. But I don't think it's representative. I mean, I think the way that politics are represented in cable news, I think they take the most extreme situations, and I think that is kind of makes for interesting dialogue. So I do think those, as someone who teaches ethics, I think it's interesting to discuss extreme cases. So I think it's good that they're discussed. And I think that's different than saying that's kind of like the median experience of a student or an academic. I've never seen anything like that in my career. I've seen students protest. I've seen dialogues, but I haven't seen, somebody's arm broken or, somebody shouted down to the point where they couldn't speak.
Although it is interesting to note, I mean, just in terms of sort of campus culture, because Andrew Sullivan wrote this piece 6-7 months ago. We're all on one big college campus now, and it wasn't complimentary about our culture. So that was from its premise, an indictment of campus culture. And you have the rise of enterprises like Jonathan Haidt's Heterodox. That says something about what a lot of academics, including academics who consider themselves left of center, believe about academia these days, doesn't it?
I don't know if I agree with the premise. I'm a big fan of Haidt's work, and I reference it in my piece, and I think the coddling of the American mind, I agree with the premise of the coddling of the American mind, and I would say it actually is the explicit takeaway from my piece. So I say, we teach people not to talk about religion and politics, and it's wrong. We should teach people how to talk about religion and politics, and we shouldn't construct safe spaces. We should construct spaces in which constructive conflicts can occur. So I'm totally with his message. But I don't think he would say that he's making an empirical assertion. I don't think he's saying that is the normal experience. Middlebury and Berkeley are not, they're not representative of college campuses in lots of different ways. They're much more affluent. I also think Haidt talks a lot about parenting styles and how that leads certain types of kids to be very oversensitive to dialogue that they perceive to be hostile. But I also think that that's not the median experience of a kid. It's the experience of a an upper middle class or upper class kid who has helicopter parents. And again, I think they're worthy of discussion. I just don't draw from that's the average experience of a college student.
Well, do your kids come to your class with, political leanings on their T-shirts, or do you know where they stand politically? Do you discuss that?
Sure. I try to be pretty open about it. I mean, my favorites, I prefer to teach students who disagree with me. I mean, I'm doing this a long time. I basically have spent my life talking about controversial issues. I'm a death penalty scholar. I like these conversations, and talking to like-minded people is just boring. So I make it clear that it's a safe space in the sense that all I really care about is the quality of reasons that people offer for their positions, and trying to help them make the best arguments that they can to support their positions. And I actually, I would say I went to Appalachian State seeking difference, not similarity.
Maybe it's an expectation issue as well. One of the points that you make in your piece, and you reference Ravi Iyer, who's a social psychologist, is that people don't just change their mind, change their opinions. They change their in terms of their belief system. They just change their opinion about the person with whom they disagree, and maybe that's all we really need to focus on achieving, rather than persuading somebody who believes in the socialism as an economic system versus somebody who believes in capitalism. You're not going to change my opinion, but I could change my opinion about the socialist.
100%, and it's just a better starting place. I met a lot of people who teach kind of different methods of dialoguing across difference, and a woman named Rhonda Fitzgerald, who I really admire, said that opinions aren't really very helpful. And at the simplest place, and you guys, your show probably leans more right than mine. And so, if I start saying, hey, you put me on and you say, hey, what do you think about Trump? Well, I presume we'll just sort of fight, we'll get defensive. And if instead I ask you, hey, how many kids do you have? Where do they go? What do they do? What do you like to do? Turns out you like to hike or you like dogs, and we find some commonality. I think if we start from our shared humanity, it's a better starting point than seeking out conflict. And cable news, unfortunately, I think kind of the standard presentation of issues is conflictual. And social media really lends itself to that type of dialogue. Longer conversations are better. Face-to-face conversations are better than, starting from trying to understand who the person is before we focus on some very narrow position that they have. Because I'm sure even if we started yelling at each other about opinions, the truth is, we'd actually even have shared ground within those opinions if we just operated from a position of mutual trust.
All right. With all that being said, what do you think about Trump? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. So this is an optimistic piece. You are very complimentary of the students you taught at Appalachian State. You say gave you a richer understanding of Southern conservatives and libertarians, and even greater optimism. And I want to be optimistic too, but reality makes it very difficult. I guess there's a little bit of neo-existentialism combined with my Catholicism in there somewhere. I don't know how to unpack it, but I like this idea. If you actually, and you obviously believe it would work, I'm just not sure that it would work. You close your piece saying, instead of requiring a swim test for college students or a gym for middle schoolers, what if we required students to sit in a room with a diverse group of people and listen to stories of their life? And that was sort of the part of the entrance exam was, can you do that in a civil and thoughtful way? And I guess that would be a way to qualify people in or qualify people out. But your experiences, you think that most college students, most young people could and would do that?
I mean, you said, would it work? I mean, it depends how you define work. Would it end all conflict in the world? Of course not.
No.
Would it dramatically reduce polarization? Oh, 100%. There's overwhelming data from social psychology on this. I mean, the more experience, why are college students on the whole more tolerant than people having graduated from college? It's not that they're smarter. It's that they've subjected themselves to an experience where they have to accommodate difference. And so the more we take ourselves out of, echo chambers where we're just interacting with like-minded people, and we're forced to interact with people who differ from us, either in the way they're built or their ideology, well, it's just going to change our outlook dramatically.
He is Evan Mandry, professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, author of A Wild Justice, The Death and Resurrection of Capital Punishment in America. Check out his piece in Politico, which I'll retweet at Dan Proft. What teaching ethics in Appalachia taught me about bridging America's partisan divide. Professor Evan Mandry, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks. Have a great day.
Take care.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature. Changing the world, one life at a time.
And Balance of Nature, for my energy and everything, it does make it much easier for me. I love it. I tell everybody about it. And I love when they have the shows when the doctor speaks and all. So it really it lifts your spirits too, knowing that there's somebody out there that really wants to help you and has come up with something this good. So I'm happy.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Balance of Nature is now offering a 35% discount and free shipping on your first preferred order of Balance of Nature. This offer may end at any time, so don't wait to start Dr. Howard's Health Challenge. Call 800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code CHICAGO.
Take a moment and picture your daughter. Society puts unbelievable pressure on her to achieve, to win, to project perfection. It affects her. I've told you about Northridge Prep for boys. Now I'd like to tell you about their sister school, Willows Academy. Girls thrive at Willows because the pressure just isn't there. There's no boys to create a social pecking order. It's a culture where what matters is how good a friend you are, not Instagram. Their all-female faculty create a warm environment where girls can be their best, not perfect. And not surprisingly, in this environment, girls actually do achieve. The Willows goal is to produce leaders, and it succeeds. Willows girls attend the top universities like MIT and Notre Dame. Willows has a strong liberal arts curriculum, small class sizes, personalized attention, and one-on-one mentoring. They're an independent Catholic school for grades 6 through 12 with your strong values. Learn more at their open house on November 3rd. Register online at willowsacademy.org. That open house November 3rd. Register at willowsacademy.org.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary. Subject to terms and conditions.
If you run a small business, every penny counts. So saving up to 30% on your workers' comp insurance is a big deal. That's why you need a workers' comp rate check from Pi Insurance. Now available for small business owners in your area. Workers' comp insurance rates can vary, and yours may have changed since you got your current policy. That's why Pi Insurance invites you to get a quick online quote right from your computer or smartphone. Simply go to PiInsurance.com and you'll know in just minutes if you're overpaying. Pi Insurance was built a better way to make workers' comp a no-brainer with an easy online experience and outstanding service. Pi's coverage is A-rated by AM Best and helps protect your business and your employees. Plus, it could save you up to 30%. Do yourself a favor. Find out if your small business is overpaying for workers' comp insurance. Check your rate today and see how much you can save at PiInsurance.com. That's PIEinsurance.com.
Hey, you want your basement dry, right? If you don't want it dry, then don't call Permaseal. It's not the company for you. But if you want to start living the right way and not having water in your basement, which is not normal, then give Permaseal a call. They'll come over, give you a free estimate and no haggle pricing and a price assurance guarantee so you can rest assured that you're getting the best value. Roy Spencer started Permaseal back in 1979. And it's still a local Chicagoland family business doing the right thing and standing behind their work. Your basement is already dry most of the time, but if you want your basement dry all of the time, you know who to call. Permaseal, 800-421-SEAL. That's 800-421-7325 or go to permaseal.net.
Nothing speaks louder about an auto dealer than a happy customer. And at Joe Cotton Ford, they have many.
It's like my family. I never go anywhere else than Joe Cotton Ford. If I have to buy a car, I always go first Joe Cotton Ford. And They have best service ever and the best price and the best models.
My overall experience is great. It's easy to buy, it's easy to go through service, and overall, it's just a great experience.
More reasons why folks keep coming back to Joe Cotton Ford. It's Truck Month at Joe Cotton Ford. Get a great deal on an F-150, the best-selling truck for 42 straight years. Joe Cotton Ford has over 40 F-150s to choose from, with up to $15,000 off XLT crew cabs. All built Ford proud, built Ford tough. All incentives applied. Stock number T9205. Celebrate Truck Month at Joe Cotton Ford, Gary and North Avenue in Carroll Stream, or at joecottonford.com. joecottonford.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, can give you your real, natural-looking hair back permanently. They're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to everyone who texts MORE to 85850. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. You wash it, you cut it. It's your own real, naturally growing hair. And the best part, Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let them show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Text MORE to 85850. That's MORE to 85850.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Stay tuned for this. We have Oak Park trustee Dan Maroney, who's coming on to talk about his colleague, the lovely, delicate Dr. Susan Buchanan. We've got new information about her as well at 8:08.
And later, Dan and I might invest in a little property. But first, here's Mike Scott.
CPS teachers strike enters day number 2. Partly sunny in your forecast. And WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
It's speculation, disinformation. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what Turkey's president says, denying there are any clashes going on in Syria the day after the U.S. and Turkey agreed to a ceasefire. But bombing like that and gunfire has been recorded from a distance outside a border town, and Fox's Trey Yingst reports there have been civilian casualties.
The agreed-upon 5-day pause in fighting, if it were to hold, would turn into a permanent agreement if the United States is able to convince the Kurds to retreat from a safe zone Turkey is trying to create along its border. There are questions about how exactly the U.S. will facilitate the withdrawal of Kurdish forces since President Trump pulled all U.S. troops from northern Syria.
Now, the president's been criticizing Congress for pulling those troops back, causing the fighting. He told a rally last night in Texas.
It was unconventional what I did. I said, they're going to have to fight a little while. Sometimes you have to let them fight a little while. Then people find out how tough the fighting is.
Now, the president also called Democrats crazy, railing against the impeachment inquiry, telling supporters,
what they're really doing is they're coming after and fighting you, and we never lose.
But there was new drama over the Trump-Ukraine phone call that House Democrats keep investigating, something Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney said. Fox's John Decker live at the White House.
Mulvaney initially appeared to undercut President Trump's denial of a quid pro quo when he told reporters that military aid to Ukraine was held back in part to prod Ukraine to investigate Democrats.
Did he also mention to me in the past the corruption related to the DNC server? Absolutely. No question about that. But that's it. And that's why we held up the money.
Those comments were later walked back by Mulvaney in a statement. Mulvaney's assertion that Ukraine's cooperating in an ongoing investigation with the Department of Justice angered DOJ officials as well as the president's lawyers. Dave?
John, history was just made 250 miles above us.
The hatch thermal cover is open. Christina, you may egress the airlock.
That's when Christina Cook and Jessica Meir went out for the first ever all-female astronaut spacewalk at the International Space Station doing repairs. America's listening to Fox News.
Mostly clear skies. 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. It's 38 degrees. Good morning, everyone. And Chicago public schools are canceled again today, and teachers are manning picket lines on day 2 of their walkout. Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot said yesterday the city cannot afford to meet all of the teachers' demands.
The teachers are asking for $2.5 billion on top of what we've committed to giving them. No school system can support that, and we can't either.
The union is rejecting an offer of a 16% base pay hike over 5 years and is asking for now a 15% hike over 3. Chicago's Police Oversight Board has fired an officer who fatally shot 2 people, one a teen who swung at him with an aluminum baseball bat, also shooting a female bystander. Chicago Police Board fired Officer Robert Rialmo Thursday, nearly 4 years after the deaths of Quintonio Legrier and 55-year-old Betty Jones.
Finally made the right decision. They took too long making it, but they made it. And I'm at peace, and Quintonio's at peace.
That's Legrier's mother. The Civilian Office of Police Accountability contended Rialmo overreacted and had time to prevent the death of Jones. 2 are wounded after a shooting inside a restaurant in Harvey. One of those victims this morning is in critical condition. Bulls close out the NBA preseason with a win over the Hawks. Blackhawks host the Blue Jackets tonight. It's 8:03 on AM 560. Time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Visit signaturebank.bank for your commercial banking needs. Now the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Deirdre Bolton, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Coca-Cola is reporting a strong summer quarter. It says its Coca-Cola sales rose 6% in the period compared with a year ago. The United States was its strongest market, led by sales of Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. It's also seeing strong growth of mini cans. The quarter includes its limited launch of Coca-Cola Plus Coffee in markets outside the U.S. Coca-Cola's earnings matched forecasts, but it was bringing in more money than expected. Carmaker Renault says its sales are likely to drop between 3% and 4% this year. Renault's dealing with a global auto industry slowdown. It's adapting to tougher emissions regulations in Europe. Discount airline Norwegian Air Shuttle needs money, so it will sell 5 Boeing 737-800 planes to China Aircraft Leasing Group Holdings. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Ginny Cosola, invested in you.
It's 8:04 on AM 560. We'll have a check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Tickets for Freedom Summit 2019 sold out in record time in response to the high demand. We've opened up an overflow room for attendees to watch the event on Saturday, November 2nd at the Westin Chicago Northwest. Overflow tickets are on sale now, but are selling fast. Get yours at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Woodland Windows and Doors, Automated Systems Incorporated, Joe Cotton Ford, HealthInsuranceMentors.com, and by Cromweedy Roofing.
Where has the year gone? It seems like the holidays sneak up so fast. As you probably know, most retailers do their shopping in the first quarter of the year. However, Fox Valley Coins is gearing up now for the busiest season of the year. Fox Valley Coins wants to buy now before Christmas. Fox Valley Coins is one of the largest coin dealers in the entire Midwest. And with the current price of precious metals, rare coins, and currency, business has been crazy. They buy and sell all major forms of gold, silver, platinum, and palladium, and specialize in rare and collector coins and currency. For larger collections, they'll even make house calls to your home or bank from now through October. Fox Valley Coins is on Route 59, just 1 block north of I-88, at the Naperville-Warrenville border. Online at foxvalleycoins.com. Sure, they'll buy after Christmas, but they're stocking their shelves now. Take advantage. Fox Valley Coins. Online at foxvalleycoins.com. Buying, selling, and appraisals since 1981.
Okay, forest animals, today is a new day. Kids are coming to the forest, and it's up to us to make their visit a good one. Sparrow.
Yes?
Have you practiced the most popular bird songs for the year?
Of course.
Catchy. I like it. Okay, River.
Dude.
How's the temperature?
It's a refreshing 52 degrees, man. Perfect for a little riverside shoeless relaxation.
Ah, good. Owl, you here? Course. Who's asking? I am. Look, you know the drill. Sleep during the day, scare the kids at night. Perfect. I love my job. Oak Tree?
What's up?
Still in the same place I left you last year. That's what I like. Consistency.
Well, it's not like I'm going anywhere for the next couple hundred years.
I know. I love it. Turtle. Turtle.
He's not here yet, man.
He's late every morning. You'd think he would have learned by now to leave the night before our meetings. Okay. Squirrel. Has anybody seen Mr. Squirrel?
The forest has been preparing just for you. Visit a forest near you today. To learn more about cool things to do in the forest, visit discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
8:07 AM 560 traffic center time, and here is Jim Telemonte.
Kennedy inbound traffic stop and go Foster to Madison. It's 48 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 34 from Montrose, 30 on the Express. Edens, 19 minutes from Lake Cook to the Kennedy. Eisenhower, 58 minutes, 390 to downtown, 43 from Manheim. Stevenson, 54 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95 to downtown. I-57, 17 minutes, siding to the merge, Bishop 425. Delays on the northbound tri-state from the 83rd Street toll to 47th. And from the Reagan toll at Lawrence. It's about Reagan tollway, it's heavy. Eola to 59 at Winfield to Yackley. Northbound Veterans Memorial, gummed up I-55 to the Reagan tollway. And from the Army Trail toll to 290. That's traffic. I'm Jim Telemonte.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. And in our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center, our meteorologist Steve Williams.
Today, partly sunny with a high reaching 60. Partly cloudy tonight, low 47. Cloudy with a passing shower tomorrow afternoon, the high 64. Sunday, partly sunny and the high again at 64. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
38 at O'Hare, 43 Lakeside. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Tasty Catering, a Chicago holiday party tradition. For delicious holiday catering, visit tastycatering.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Oak Park making national news. Some of their local leadership, specifically one, Dr. Susan Buchanan. She offered this impassioned plea for white men to shut up while discussing something that you would think would be rather innocuous and non-controversial, like a pro forma diversity statement the Village wanted to codify. Here's Dr. Susan Buchanan.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear what you have to say.
Oh my gosh.
No, I'm serious.
Susan,
Jim, why do you have an opinion on this?
Come on, Susan. Susan, this is... I won't say a word.
That's why I like to...
You shouldn't have an opinion on that.
I met with constituents of color, and quite honestly, some of the feedback was that some of this wording was ridiculous.
From birth. You have been white from birth. Why are you arguing what is a system of oppression? You've never experienced one.
Okay.
So shut up. I don't want to hear from you.
Trained seals in attendance.
Just stop, Dan. Stop,
Dan.
Dino.
Dan.
You
Dino.
are not oppressed. And people in Oak Park are. And we are trying to recognize that as a community. This mayor and this board is obviously not willing to face history. We have a chance to make history. It is time for this community to face equity. Enough. And you stop it. You are a white male.
True.
Stop it. You are a white male.
I'm not
Your
gonna
skin
stop.
is light enough. Stop it.
I gotta let... I think if we reduce these conversations to nobody cares what you have to say because you're a white male, I don't think we're doing this right.
And that hateful note that you heard at the end of that little exchange was Trustee Dan Maroney, who said that white men should be able to speak. I don't know where he gets off, so we brought him in studio to ask him. Trustee Dan Maroney, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate the opportunity to come on and kind of just tell my side of the story and really kind of let people know what Oak Park is going through and what Oak Park's doing and all this.
I'm gonna try not to shout you down, but if you keep saying things like that, it's going to be very difficult. So, look, you have not been oppressed. So,
I have not.
No, you have not. All right. So we've
what do you think?
established that.
I'm with two white men right now. I mean, is this really fair?
That's right.
So what happened? What is your side of the story?
Yeah, it's been such a it was a really crazy moment, and it's been a crazy couple little over a week since that time. but really, it strikes to the heart of things that I'm concerned about in Oak Park and really nationally. And the CBS interviewed me on in the wake of that event, and basically my whole premise is, we have to be at a place in society where, two people of goodwill with good intentions can see an issue differently, and that doesn't mean that the other person is a bad person or they have some sort of nefarious intent. It just means you're coming at the issue from a different viewpoint, a different perspective, and that doesn't mean that you attack the person's character or attack the person's motives. It just means that you need to have the free exchange of ideas to come to some sort of compromise or consensus on something that could really lead society, the village, the country forward in a better direction. And
yeah, I mean, one of my the moments, it's a bit lost in there, so I wanted to pull it out. The mayor of Oak Park, a gentleman named Anan Abu Taleb, is a Palestinian American, and you heard Susan Buchanan, as he attempted to chime in, say, your skin was white enough. Meaning your skin was white enough where you're not allowed to speak on this either. He's a Palestinian American, but he doesn't qualify as a brown person by the Denison-educated Dr. Susan Buchanan, a white chick.
Yeah, that one was a rich moment. I get it why somebody doesn't like me.
Sure, you're white.
Yeah.
Well, that's
and I do.
discrimination.
I admit that on the board. There's a lot of people in the community that don't like me, and I'm fine with that. That doesn't.
They don't like you because you're white?
I don't know. Maybe it's the content of my ideas too. Whatever, but that's fine. But in that moment, Anan Abu Taleb, again, he emigrated to the United States from when he was 18. He's one of over 12 kids. I think it's 14 to be precise.
Wow.
His father died in the Gaza Strip when he was on the outside of those walls, and he couldn't even get in to be by his father's bedside.
Wow.
So this guy,
he knows oppression.
He is the American dream.
Not until Susan Buchanan says he knows.
Well, Susan Buchanan is white, and people should know that, but she's married to an African American, so now she's, down with the struggle.
Yeah,
and I don't appreciate that because that's presumptive on her part.
Yeah. Clearly, clearly there's a double standard here, and I just want to be really clear. I'm not here to, bash my colleague Susan. Susan, I believe deep down, she is a good person. I don't agree with a lot of her policy prescriptions. I don't agree with the way she tried to shut me down, but I think Susan has a big heart, and some of the vitriol that has come her way since this issue has become so in the national spotlight almost, it's really unfortunate, and it's really a byproduct of.
But why? It shows her progressiveness, and it shows what her agenda is.
No, you're talking about she's alleging that she and her family have been threatened.
Oh.
And now I'm not saying they haven't been, but I also like to see evidence because that's one of the defenses that hysterical demagogues of the left use once they've been called out or caught in public. They say, oh, well, now I'm the victim because I'm being threatened by people. Nobody should be threatened at all, much less with violence. So I'm not endorsing that, obviously, in any way, shape, or form. But I also would ask that Dr. Buchanan prove up or make sure she is proven up to police or something. Don't just take her at her word.
Yeah, I will say that there have been a slew of emails from more a national audience to the village board and some of them are just extraordinarily ugly.
Okay,
and
fine, fair
so
enough.
I will
Fair
say
enough.
that there have been some emails that are just beyond the pale and not conducive to a civil society.
Buchanan also, she does have a big heart, mostly for communists. This is a long-running love affair with her. We were reporting at westcooknews.com that when she was an undergrad at Denison, she traveled to D.C. to protest American aid to the Contras in Nicaragua. What our country is doing wrong, she told the student newspaper. These people are struggling for their own government. We're just repressing them. If we cut off aid, they'll become weak and will inevitably ask for help from anyone. She was talking about cutting off aid to the Daniel Ortega Soviet Union-backed Sandinistan government and in opposition to the Reagan-backed Contras. She definitely comes to the table with particular ideology that doesn't seem to have changed much over the last 3 decades.
Susan, so I've been on the board for 2.5 years. Susan was elected 6 months ago. In that time, I haven't had the opportunity to really forge a close relationship or
I wonder why.
I wonder why. With comments like that, I don't know if you want to have her over for Thanksgiving dinner.
What do you think the prospects are of that close relationship in the near term?
We have a board meeting tomorrow, and so that will be really the first big public meeting.
Meaning Monday.
Yeah.
Yes, Monday. Then the next
right.
business day
Right.
on Monday. So that will be our first opportunity to really have a public discourse. And
you had mentioned when you were first elected, you were excited about this. You were looking to, to make a difference. And now, how do you feel about being on?
Yeah, I mean, what got me into politics, I like municipal government. Municipal government has a jurisdiction, which is the boundary of the village, and a purview, and the purview is a municipality, and it's police and fire and sewer, and I just felt, okay, you have a tax burden that's out of control and is forcing people out of the community, and bring some fiscal discipline to the conversation. But it's been a lot different than that. I think it's kind of reflects the national trends that all of a sudden the social element, the social engineering, somewhat virtue signaling and kind of proving your progressiveness to the world has been way beyond what I ever would imagined. And when I approach an issue, I don't approach the issue to prove, my ideological stripes. I just take the issues as I see them and try to apply common sense and data and objective decision making, and that kind of hasn't made me too popular in Oak Park.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
that is a revolutionary concept there. You mentioned the police force. This shouldn't be lost either. It's been lost in a little bit of the reporting. My understanding from listening to her is she was talking about systems of oppression, and she was talking about the Oak Park Police as one of those systems of oppression.
Yeah, so there's some background on this one. A week prior to the meeting with the outburst, another colleague of mine had made the claim that crime is not the big issue in Oak Park, despite the fact that there's been approximately 50 carjackings within the past 2 years.
Okay.
But what is the issue in our police department is radical racial profiling. And there was a little bit of a disagreement between me and that colleague in that moment that attracted a lot of media attention and social media commentary, where I was saying, I said, we have to be really careful with our words, a little foreshadowing there, at this table and not make sweeping accusations that aren't backed up by credible data and evidence. That isn't to say that racial profiling has never happened, does not happen, but you have to approach something like that in a very logical way. Maybe look at, have there been complaints in the police department, and really come at it from a different level than just leveling an accusation against an entire department. That I think the ramifications of what could happen when you have public officials making those types of sweeping statements and damning an entire department, you really have to be very careful when you do that.
They must have learned that from Chicago. But I do have to say, isn't it easier? Isn't it just easier to say that everybody on the police force is a white supremacist and make them prove they're not? I mean, it's just easier. Isn't that?
It's frustrating for me because there's this old thing: you're innocent until proven guilty, and I think a lot of people in today's discourse reverse that. You're guilty until you prove otherwise.
Is the Oak Park police force, to your understanding, since you have sort of day-to-day interaction with them, is there a race profiling or racial problem in the Oak Park police force with the way they do their job?
What I say is no person, no organization is perfect.
Oh, of course.
And it's the same for the Oak Park Police Department. And we have it's Oak Park geographically speaking. So we're just west of the Austin neighborhood of Chicago. If you're from Chicago, you know that Austin, areas on the south side of Chicago, is working to be,
It's one of the more dangerous districts in Chicago.
Statistically speaking, yes. And that does not mean that there are not wonderful families, and the vast majority of that community is a really good community, but it's got some problems. And a lot of those problems kind of seep into Oak Park. I mentioned the 50 carjackings, and so our police are in a position where a lot of the crime that happens comes from the Austin neighborhood. And that's an inconvenient truth, but it is a truth. So I think if you just look at like the apprehension statistics, it might look like there is a racial profiling problem. But I think you have to really unpack statistics and not come to erroneous conclusions.
Sure. And I mean, and for those that are playing the race card against your own police department on the board, do they want to knock out all those cul-de-sacs that run up against the Austin neighborhood? Does anybody propose that?
Nobody's proposed it, but from a policy perspective, now we're getting in the weeds. I think it would be great if you just pulled out every cul-de-sac and kind of speed slowing measure in the entire community, and traffic would flow a lot
make
better.
that for further integrate the Austin
So
community.
but all kidding aside, cul-de-sacs on Austin. There is a little bit of an ugly history.
I know.
Implementation of those, and
well, I know.
Yeah, I would be for pulling them out.
But probably. But why aren't they proposing that? I mean, you're suggesting openness to it, even though you're a white guy, because I know we have to qualify everything you say with even though you're a white guy. But I don't hear that from I don't hear actual substantive measures from some of your less hinged colleagues. I just hear name calling.
Yeah, and again, I want to go back to the previous comment, but yes, I think, again, if you want to get to outcomes that actually have a measurable impact on what you're trying to address, you need that authentic conversation. But back to the racial profiling. So I was saying that a week before the meeting, there were those accusations thrown towards our police department, and I was extremely concerned and sensitive to that type of, our police force is, over 30% minority African American. Our police chief is, if you could have a police chief that would head up all policing in America, that's our police chief, LaDon Reynolds. I mean, this guy is the real deal. I mean, he commands a room, and if you want one person to improve your police department to an exemplary police department, this is the guy.
Okay.
And if you can't work with him, then I think you need to look in the mirror and say, what can you work with? So anyhow, so the systems of oppression, what I was asking for is, if you want me to break down a system of oppression, like if we have oppression in Oak Park, that's a big deal. So I want to deal with that if it exists. So it is incumbent to define what you're talking about, because if you're going to break something down, that means basically tear it to the ground and rebuild it. I want to help you if there is that, but it is incumbent upon you to say what you're talking about. And in light of the police conversation from a week before, that's what set off the whole outburst. Like, I think that some people, when they see this word, are talking about our police department. And I don't want to send the message to our police department that I am looking to break down their department. Now, incremental improvements, recognizing flaws and areas of improvement, absolutely, all on board. But, so...
Yeah, it's not a systemically oppressive system, so it doesn't need some sort of comprehensive tear down to rebuild under some paradigm kind of solution. I get it.
As currently construed, yes. That does not mean that there's a historical legacy and policing. That doesn't mean that. It just means that as currently construed, I think we're in a good position to...
I think they should work. You want something that's unifying against the system of oppression in Oak Park. How about your property tax rates?
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing about that?
Yeah.
Do you think that's a higher priority than this mission statement?
Well, that is, the reason that I'm in office is the property tax burden. It is... on average, if you have an 1,800 square foot home in Oak Park, the tax bill is easily over $10,000, and if you have a home with any gravitas to it, you're over $20,000. Some of the higher end homes, their annual tax bill is $60,000. So,
that's just robbery.
It's
taking.
It's financially unsustainable. I always say that at a certain point, a home's value is rendered worthless when the tax bill gets to a certain amount. I could tell you, Amy, I've got the best home in all of Oak Park for you, but the tax bill is $200,000. Do you want it? I'll give it to you for free.
I
No.
still wouldn't take it.
You're not going to take it.
No.
And that's where Oak Park is headed. That's where any community who can't get their tax burden under control is headed. And
Can I offer a suggestion for you for Monday in terms of an ordinance?
Uh-oh, Sure. Here we go.
Just to try to bridge the divide. I'm sort of
He's all about bonding and
I bring
compromise.
that's
Yes.
sort of my thing as I bring people together, so an ordinance now prospective, not to apply. It's
Yeah.
prospective to the
Okay.
next election. That white men are not allowed to run for office in Oak Park.
And then resign your post
How about that?
immediately and walk out. Drop the mic.
So I do have some comments there. As you'd see on a picture of our board, we do not have African American representation on our board. And I do think that is problematic when you have a community that is 25% African American.
You've got Susan Buchanan.
So, what's lost on a lot of the people who like to, go online and suggest that I'm racist or sexist, what's lost on them is in the last election, I rapidly supported and worked my butt off for a woman candidate and an African American candidate. And I actively am twisting the arm of about 4 to 6 African Americans who I feel would be perfect for this board. Like our board desperately needs African American representation.
Did you check with Susan Buchanan to make sure they're black enough?
And here's the irony of a lot of this. A lot of the people, so the guy that I supported for the last election, the uber progressives in town couldn't stand him. When he was endorsed by the local paper, one of the supporters of one of my colleagues who won the election called him a token endorsement.
Oh my God.
And the degree of ugliness in that statement cannot be understated.
Sure.
Because I think a lot of these people who talk about this most aggressively, it's not so much people of color they want in office. They want people who agree with them,
right,
who are diverse.
Exactly.
And I just, for me, I talked to the African American guy who I am really good friends with and support. I said, Corey, I don't support you because you're black. If I did that to you, you should be so insulted. I support you because you're a good person. I support you because you're smart. I support you because you would be perfect for this village board. And if I were just to be supporting him based on the color of his skin, I think
you'd be your political opponents.
Yeah, that's just completely crazy to me.
He is Dan Maroney. He is an Oak Park trustee and should be a heap big fun at the next village board meeting Monday night. We'll want to make sure we set our televisions to that. Dan Maroney, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro studio. Bye. Oh, and now we go to Mike Scott, who joins us in the newsroom.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Sunshine outside and 40 degrees at 8:30. Spotty fighting along the border between Syria and Turkey, despite a ceasefire deal announced by the U.S. on Thursday. There are reports of artillery and ground fire around one border town where Turkish forces and groups are linked to Syrian rebels trying to take control from the Kurdish-led Syrian Democrat forces. Vice President Mike Pence announced a ceasefire in northern Syria yesterday.
I'm proud to report today the United States and Turkey have agreed to a ceasefire in Syria.
As President Trump talked about that unconventional, he says, decision in Syria at a rally in Dallas.
And it was unconventional what I did. I said, they're going to have to fight a little while. Sometimes you have to let them fight a little while. Then people find out how tough the fighting is. These guys know right up here. These guys know. Right? Sometimes you have to let them fight.
A temporary halt would have given the Kurds, who are America's allies in the region, 5 days to pull out. A broad stretch of the Gulf Coast is under tropical storm warnings this morning as Tropical Storm Nestor gains strength. American astronauts Christina Koch and Jessica Meir are outside the International Space Station right now. They're repairing a power controller that broke over the weekend. It is NASA's first all-female spacewalk, taking about 5.5 hours. As Dan and Amy have been telling you about this morning, Chicago Public Schools canceled class again today as the teachers' strike enters day 2. Chicago's police superintendent calling for an internal investigation on himself after officers found him asleep at the wheel of his parked vehicle near his home. An Elgin pastor is accused of sexually abusing a child he knew. Alessandro Montoya was charged with 1 count of criminal sexual assault and 4 counts of aggravated sexual abuse, according to the Kane County State's Attorney's Office. Chicago sports found the Bulls over the Hawks at the UC last night, 111-93, and a very positive end to the preseason for Kobe White, who finished with 29. Here on AM 560 tomorrow, about 1:30, NIU's Huskies battle Miami of Ohio on the MAC Gridiron. Tonight, it's Northwestern and number 4 Ohio State, and tomorrow it's Illinois and number 6 Wisconsin. The news, a service of Allstate. With an Allstate agent, you get a local expert and help finding the best coverage for you. And because they live in your community, you can always count on them to be there when you need them most. Plus, when you bundle home and auto, you can save. So call your Allstate agent today. Are you in good hands? It's 8:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Varicose and spider veins. Wow. What a gift from my parents. They had them and I got them. And not only are they uncomfortable and sometimes painful, but I stopped wearing skirts and shorts because I was embarrassed and I really hated the way my legs looked. When my kids asked, "What are those things on your legs?" I was done. I finally went to Vein Clinics of America. The procedure took about an hour and I was right back to work. The staff made me feel so comfortable and the results, well, even my husband noticed. Vein Clinics of America has been treating vein disease for over 35 years. They're the largest and most experienced in the U.S. Look, I've been doing the commercials for Vein Clinics for years because I really believe in them, and you can trust them too. So stop hiding your legs. Vein Clinics of America accepts most major insurance plans. So call now to see if you qualify for a free consultation. Call 800-891-4900. 800-891-4900. That's 800-891-4900.
Prescription products require an online physician consultation and are only available if the physician determines a prescription is appropriate. Subscription required. See website for full details and important safety information.
Hey guys, good news. The outrageously expensive Little Blue Pill is now generic, which means you can get the prescription medication to treat ED at affordable prices. And Hims makes it extra affordable. And right now, get your first online visit totally free when you go to forhims.com/joy. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/joy. forhims.com/joy.
No matter how long it's been, when you're back together, you still get that good old-fashioned feeling. Even though you've been apart, it's as though you've never left. That's right. Football season is back.
Reignite your spark right here on the Husky Sports Network. The NIU Huskies battle the Miami Redhawks this Saturday afternoon at 1:30. Don't miss a minute of the action right here on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're self-employed and purchase your own health insurance, I have some good news. From now until December 15th, you cannot be denied coverage based on a pre-existing condition, and depending on your income, you may find a more affordable plan. And this year, thanks to President Trump, if you're healthy and your income is too high to qualify for a subsidy, there is a new and competitive non-Obamacare marketplace where premiums are much lower and the PPO networks include access to our teaching hospitals in Chicago. Employers who provide small group coverage also have new options, and so do seniors looking for Medicare supplement coverage. Call me, I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 20-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for 7 years. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551.
8:36 in the AM 560 Traffic Center and the latest with Jim Telemonte.
In Harvey, Dixie Highway is closed north of 159th Street with a car to a house. Kennedy Expressway, inbound delays are Montrose to Madison, 43 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 33 from Montrose, 25 on the Express. Outbound 31 minutes to the airport. Edens, 19 minutes, Lake Cook Junction, outbound 23. Eisenhower, 46 minutes, 390 to downtown, 32 from Manheim. Outbound, it's 54 minutes, 390 after a crash at 390. Stevenson, 54 minutes, 355 to the drive. The Ryan, 30 minutes from 95th. Northbound tri-state delays are from the mile-long bridge to 31st and from the Reagan Tollway much of the way to Lawrence. That's traffic. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Partly sunny and 60 today. It's 41 right now at O'Hare, 44 Lakeside. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella, Sunday mornings starting at 8.
Let freedom ring this afternoon at 2 with Sean Hannity on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, this show has been dedicated to intellectual freedom, academic freedom, free expression, the ability to have substantive discourse in so many ways, shapes, and forms, but that's sort of the cultural issue of the day. And somebody else who has been on the front lines of that debate and battle is Dr. Peter Boghossian, who is a professor of critical thinking science and pseudoscience at Portland State University. He's also a former elected official there. He was one of the Sokol Affair Redux academics who submitted these ridiculous research papers for publication in academic journals to expose the academic journals as not intellectually rigorous, as looking only for more and more extreme, bizarre iterations of and expressions of their ideology, and for exposing their lack of intellectual heft. He was targeted by Portland State University and others, suggesting that he had committed academic fraud. The journals that published nonsensical pieces, they're not academic frauds. He's the academic fraud for exposing them. You follow that logic? It's difficult. Well, he's written a piece recently in the Wall Street Journal that's worth paying attention to. It's about social justice warriors on college campuses, but as they present themselves in every other walk of life these days. So we're pleased to be joined again by Peter Boghossian. Peter, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Hey, Dan. Hey, Amy. Thanks for having me on.
Before we get into your piece and the argument that you put forward, just give us a status of how the Star Chamber proceeding you were subjected to turned out.
So So you're correct in your assessment. We submitted fake papers to test the system and to basically whistleblow on academic corruption within certain fields. And they brought me up on 3 charges. Dr. Mark McClellan was the one who brought me up on the charges. The first charge was fabrication of data, because I think we claimed to have examined the genitals of 10,000 dogs and then interrogated their owners as to their sexual orientation. And
wow. Okay. Good morning.
Yeah, because the paper, just the paper was what about sexual harassment, canine sexual harassment in dog parks or something?
Well, the paper claimed that there was petri dishes for canine rape culture. So if you wanted to look at why nightclubs are rape cultures, you just look at dog parks. But taking that even further, we claim to analyze that through the lens of black feminist criminology. So it has nothing to do with anything.
What other lens would you use? Of course.
Well, that's a good question. What other lens could you use? There's no other lens.
Oh, gosh,
so
that's great.
They tried to get me for data fabrication. It was found not guilty on that. They tried to get me for plagiarism because I plagiarized Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf. I rewrote it and submitted it. And I actually pled guilty to that, but they wouldn't accept my guilty verdict.
What?
Why
not? No,
they threw out your guilty plea?
They wouldn't accept it. So it just goes to show you that it's ideological, right?
Oh, I'd say, yeah.
Yeah. Because if they were to accept my guilty plea for Mein Kampf, that would mean that the journal actually accepted Mein Kampf.
Right.
And they couldn't have the journal, especially since there's someone on Portland State University was affiliated with that journal.
Oh, that is brilliant.
And then the thing. Yeah, and then the thing they got me with, they basically fabricated a technicality. The thing they got me with was, and whenever you do human research or research with human subjects, you have to go to this thing called the IRB, the Institutional Review Board, and they claimed that the journal editors were human subjects in my experiment, and they were subject to protections, and then I didn't protect the journal editors. I know, it's
that's awesome.
So utterly out of the box. Instead of saying, wow, look, we may have a problem in these disciplines, we've eroded public trust, people are cranking out articles like white pumpkins are racist, and someone's he has an ego hippo, he's an alternative ego, is a hippopotamus, and I mean they're just cranking out this nonsense and then teaching it to kids. Fat studies is another one. So we needed to expose this, and that's what we did.
Well, I'll tell you what, the good news here is you have a made-to-order Hollywood script. You just have to memorialize this.
Yeah, and I think it was less about, and this really is true, it was less about me or less about I'm not really concerned for myself. I have 2 young kids. I'm deeply concerned about my students and the way that the direction that society is moving, and it's very intolerant. You said at the beginning of your segment, people simply are not talking to each other, but not only are they not talking to each other, they make a virtue. They think they're better people because they don't speak across divides or they don't speak to other people. And the place we see this most conspicuously is in social justice circles, which is your lead-in for the piece that I published in the Wall Street Journal.
And one more predicate issue I want to get to before we get to your piece. We had this professor from John Jay College of Criminal Justice on. He wrote this piece, maybe you saw it, in Politico, what teaching ethics in Appalachia taught me about bridging America's partisan divide. He taught at Appalachian State, even though he's otherwise at John Jay College in New York. Evan Mandry is his name. Good, interesting piece, good guy. But I want to. Part of this is understanding how pervasive the problem is, and he seemed to downplay what happened at Middlebury, what happened at Berkeley, what happened at Evergreen State. These are sort of one-offs. That's not the general campus culture. That's not generally the campus experience for college students. That's not generally representative of what happens to the professorate, at the hands of the professorate in many cases. Do you agree with that, or is this a real problem on college campuses that we see metastasizing in larger culture?
It depends what he means. I mean, we know from the Foundation for Individual Rights and Education, Greg Lukianoff's organization, we know that the number of disinvitations, so I'm trying to look for objective metrics, like evidence that we can point to, right, to answer that question. Mm-hmm. We know that the number of disinvitations has increased, and we know that that's largely on the left. I think that's fairly uncontestable. We know that the number of college professors who've self-identified as liberal has always been greater than the number of college professors who self-identified as conservative or Republican. But we also know, and again, this is a data-driven statement, that these are empirical. You can get this through survey data. We know that the number of college professors who self-identify as Republicans is shrinking literally every year, and conservatives literally every year. And the problem with that is you're culling diverse voices out of the academy. So kids never hear the other side of the issue. So when they do, either they're startled by it. And I'll give you an example. I'm an atheist, and just yesterday, I teach a class, Atheism at Portland State University. I had the guy who heads Ratio Christi, the Corey Miller is his name, the Christian organization that believes that there's a reason to believe in Jesus. I had him come into my class and lecture my class for 2 hours. Mm-hmm. That's intellectual diversity.
Right.
These folks don't want intellectual diversity. Right. So they create these ecosystems in which any idea that goes against the norm, and it's not like they explicitly say, don't say this, but we also know from survey data that students are afraid to voice certain opinions. We know this. We know that there are institutional mechanisms at 232 universities now called bias response teams. And those response teams, what those do, that's a mechanism that people can report a speech violation. And at Portland State University, the first line in the bias response team is, bias is a state of mind.
Yeah, thought crimes.
State of mind.
Right.
Yeah, it's a thought crime.
Okay, well, let's get to this then. This piece in the Journal about social justice warriors, they won't listen, but you should, is the headline. you suggest that, well, I'll just cite from your piece, rather than disagreeing with them, social justice warriors, arguing with them or trying to get them to change their minds, do something truly radical. Believe them. What do you mean?
Right. So when people hear what these folks want, it's just so utterly insane that people think, well, they don't actually believe that. They don't really want to remake society. They don't really want to tear down all of Western civilization. They don't really want to impose draconian speech restrictions on people. They don't really want. They don't really claim they're racist and you're racist and everybody else is racist. They don't really want equity, which is a word very few people understand. It doesn't. It's not equality. It means making up for past historical injustice. They don't really want that. Actually, they do. They believe every single thing they say. And the problem is that this was like a blitzkrieg without a war, right? This came upon the society so suddenly, nobody understood what was happening. And now it's literally metastasized. It's metastasized into knitting clubs, Dungeons and Dragons. It started in the academy, and it's now seeping out of the academy.
Yeah, but but why are they so thick-headed, though, that they can't listen to the other side? How did that morph into itself?
Well, they have a whole vocabulary and a moral infrastructure for this stuff. So part of it is called platforming. So they feel that any conversation with somebody who holds a different opinion is platforming them. They don't even want the main theorist, Judith Butler, calls it non-consensual co-platforming. They don't even want articles that they have written next to somebody else's articles with whom they disagree.
They're intent. I mean, the point of this is they are intent on silencing opposition. Period. Full stop.
You are correct, and I want to say this is extraordinarily important. They don't just want your freedom of speech; they want your cognitive liberty. They want your ability. They want to rob you of the ability to think the way you want to think, to pursue your own truth. They want you to apologize for immutable characteristics that you have. If you're male, if you're privileged, if you're cis, if you're white. And they are cranking out this stuff in university systems. They're making journals. They're pointing to articles in their own journals as evidence for the insanity that they believe. And they're teaching our kids this. And we see it throughout the society.
Do you see this as basically a convert or die movement? I mean, almost with religious ferocity, convert or die.
It is. It's a religious movement, but it's not convert or die. It's convert or be banished. It's convert or be shamed. And the conversion is exactly what it is. And so, you see this on social media. You see banning. They have even cancel culture now. Cancel culture is like when you boycott a culture. They also try to do things. You've heard about microaggressions, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so they also have this thing that you'll be hearing about very soon, if you haven't already. Have you heard about an inclusive space?
No.
Okay, you sound depressed.
I know what the buddy bench is, but
but part of this is they're always moving. So
Right.
they're on to the next next constriction of your liberty. You think that microaggressions and safe spaces, and we just laugh it off. Speech codes 25 years ago, and we laugh it off. What you have to say, the newspeak that you have to use, and so on and so forth. But now they're on to the next thing, the next restraint.
Yeah, so the next restraint they use is, and again, it's like, think about the feeling that you get when you hear social justice. It's like it's a good thing. Who would be against social justice? Inclusion. And a synonym for inclusion would be welcoming. Well, who doesn't want to be welcoming? I want to be welcoming. You want to be welcoming. Everybody wants to. Diversity is another one. Well, who doesn't want diversity? What kind of lunatic would be against diversity? Everybody wants people who are black and gay and white or midgets or what. Everybody wants everybody of different immutable characteristics to feel comfortable in a space. Like every sane, decent human being should want that. But that's not what they're advocating. So an inclusive space is one that restricts speech. And it's one that restricts speech specifically to make people feel comfortable. If speech were not inclusive, people would not feel welcoming and comfortable. So speech has to be restricted in certain spaces. So what that speech is usually revolves around identity level issues with race and gender, and now it's particularly with trans issues.
Let me ask you a
So
question.
it's another way to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I get it. It's another, compulsory unification of opinion. And dissent is violence. Dissenting speech is violence, and so thus the inclusive space.
That's right. And so, for example, I took major flack because even though, again, I'm an actual liberal, right? So even though I am pro-choice personally, there was a group on campus, I think it was a Christian organization, and they wanted to show pictures of aborted fetuses in the Commons. And I stuck up for them because I think they have every right to do that. And if somebody is just too fragile that they can't see the picture of an aborted fetus, maybe they should be under professional help. I mean, maybe the college seriously isn't the right place for them. And so we have to create systems in which we don't privilege certain viewpoints, especially in the academy. So, I'm very honest with people and I'm very open when I teach with them what my views are, and I do my best to have people come in on all sides of the aisle. But the reason for that is that when you hear the word diversity, what they actually mean is intellectual homogeneity. They want everyone to have the same opinion. And if you happen to be black, for example, and you have an opinion they don't like, then they'll call you a coconut, right? White on the inside, black on the outside, or a race traitor, or an Uncle Tom, as happens to Fazil Muhtar and Majid Nawaz and all these folks. So we have an extraordinarily serious problem, and people are looking at it just from the point of view of freedom of speech, and that's not wrong. But it's not the deeper problem, which is cognitive liberty and creating, literally engineering spaces in the university system to prevent people from viewing opinions or even listening to opinions that don't conform to their orthodoxy.
He is Peter Boghossian, professor of critical thinking, science, and pseudoscience at Portland State University. He is also the co-author of How to Have Impossible Conversations, and check out his piece in the Wall Street Journal, which I'll tweet out at Dan Proft. Social justice warriors won't listen, but you should. Peter, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it, Dan. Thanks. Good to talk to you, Amy.
Thanks. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature. Changing the world, one life at a time.
I thank you to your Dr. Howard and everybody, because my Balance of Nature is like my extra little health insurance for me. It makes me feel good every day. I will take it forever. I don't have any family, and I think of you guys as my family. I think I'm getting emotional because you care, and I get,
You're going to make me emotional.
No, but, I just feel like you're my family because you really care about me. That's why I love you guys. You're like a family, and I know that if I ever needed to talk, I could talk. So thank you.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Balance of Nature is now offering a 35% discount and free shipping on your first preferred order of Balance of Nature. This offer may end at any time. Call 800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code Chicago.
This Friday and Saturday, sample artisan chocolates, wines, liqueurs, and spirits from vendors like Somras, Mango, and Chai Rum Creams, which they sent me bottles yesterday. Very good. And Skeptic Distillery sent me gin, and I haven't tried that yet, but I'm looking forward to it. While experiencing pairings from chefs and chocolatiers across Chicago, the Chocolate, Wine, and Spirits Expo includes free parking in the West Loop and more than 40 artisans with proceeds benefiting Chicago Canine Rescue. Secure your tickets at gourmetexpos.com. It's gourmetexpos.com, or search on Eventbrite.
If you maintain an industrial plant, you know your dust collection systems are a vital part of the operation of your plant. Without them, things can get dusty quick. And when your dust collection system malfunctions, the downtime can cost your plant money. Time to call the professionals at Vans Industrial for help.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, owner of Vans Industrial. At Vans, we work with many different types and sizes of dust collectors, from 1,000 CFM to 100,000 CFM. If your system needs housing repair, tube sheet, pulse valves, ductwork, or collection hoods, give us a call. Schedule an inspection today to keep things running smoothly and avoid costly downtime. And when you're ready for a new dust collector, we can design your system from the collection hoods to the stack for plants of all size applications.
Vans uses only the best and safest union-trained mechanics, insured at the highest level, to perform the job right. Call 833-VANS-IND. That's 833-VANS-IND. Or on the web at vansindustrial.com.
Vein Clinics of America wants to know, when's the last time you felt comfortable in your own skin?
Are you kidding me? I haven't worn shorts in years.
Every summer, I'm the only guy on the beach wearing long pants.
Wearing slacks to hide my compression hose sure doesn't make me feel any younger.
Listen, you're not alone. Many men and women are embarrassed about their bulging varicose and spider veins, not to mention the pain and how uncomfortable they make you feel.
I would get home from work and my legs were swollen and throbbing.
Why deal with this any longer? Let Vein Clinics of America help you discover healthy, better-looking legs. For over 35 years, Vein Clinics of America has been the leading expert in the minimally invasive treatment of vein disease. Imagine wearing a swimsuit or shorts with confidence and getting back to normal activities. It's time to feel comfortable in your own skin again. VCA accepts most major insurance plans. Call now to see if you qualify for a free consultation. Call 800-891-4900. 800-891-4900. That's 800-891-4900.
My name is David Hochberg. If you'd like to pay off debt, call Team Hochberg now about a cash-out refinance. During May, Team Hochberg helped listeners access $953,000 to pay off credit cards, student loans, car loans, medical bills, collections, and IRS tax liens, which saved them close to $19,000 a month. Since January, Team Hochberg has saved listeners over $74,000 a month, which is an annualized savings of over $888,000. What are you waiting for? Call Team Hochberg now to see if we can help you pay off debt and substantially reduce your monthly payments with a cash-out refinance. Think of all the things you could do with an extra $500, $1,000, or $1,500 a month that you'd be saving. Call Team Hochberg now at 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Team Hochberg has helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Homeside Financial, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 1124061.
AM 560, The Answer.
Got your tickets printed, your parking pass for tonight's game. Northwestern versus Ohio State. It's going to be great.
Northwestern's going to get crushed.
No, they might not. You never know.
I am on the 45-yard line, but I'm a little high up. I'm going to have to talk to my friend, get better seats.
Thanks so much for making us part of your work week. Thanks to Justin Kosick, our technical producer, and Quinn McCarthy, who is Dan Proft's ticket printer. We're back here bright and early Monday morning. Now here is Mike Scott.
The CPS teacher strike enters day 2. WIND Chicago News Time is 9 o'clock.
He calls impeachment a crazed idea.